They're good?
So you're not saying you're not, so.
All righty. I think we're ready to go. So the Subcommittee on Supply will come to order now. It is now 3:36 p.m. And the Subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates of the Department of Agriculture as outlined in Resolution E2. Be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $48,048,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Agriculture pursuant to the estimate. I now invite the Minister of Agriculture to make opening remarks for up to an hour. I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. I'd like to acknowledge the team here with me today at the table, Deputy Minister Jason Hollett to my right, and our Finance Executive Director, Michael O'Brien, to my left. Also here in the room are members of our executive leadership team, Heather Hughes, Jennifer Thompson, Karen Wong-Petrie, Amy Melmock, and Leanne Strathdy-Dowling. It's my privilege to be here today to talk about the budget estimates for the Department of Agriculture. As you all learned in the budget speech yesterday, the province is facing unprecedented budget pressures. Like many departments, we are making difficult but necessary adjustments to focus on the government's core priorities. Harnessing our natural resources to grow our economy, rebuilding healthcare for a healthier Nova Scotia, building a financially sustainable and resilient province, and empowering our people to build our future. Last week, we made some changes to the department to improve our efficiency. The changes are part of government's broader efforts to streamline services, modernize operations, and improve the experience for industry partners. That includes making sure that our programs and services are delivered in ways that best serve Nova Scotians generally and the agriculture sector specifically. The 5 key changes we made at the Department of Agriculture are intended to help us work more effectively and deliver services in a more coordinated and client-focused way. These include transferring the Animal and Plant Lab, Analytical Lab to Perennia, modernizing meat inspection with a renewed science-based approach, transferring our farm animal welfare functions to the SPCA, moving land protection maintenance to Public Works, and assuming food safety, inspection functions, and staff back to agriculture from the Department of Environment and Climate Change. We are not eliminating any services provided to our agriculture sector. We're committed to making our services more efficient, responsive, and easier to navigate. By streamlining our internal structures, we can ensure our policies, programs, and frontline services are better aligned. We also expect producers to see improvements in how programs are accessed, with simpler processes and tools that reduce paperwork and shorten turnaround times. Ultimately, our goal is simple: to ensure we remain a trusted, dependable partner to industry and help position the sector for growth and long-term success. Agriculture has always been one of Nova Scotia's greatest natural resources. It has shaped our rural communities, anchored our economy, and fed our province long before there were government departments, program guidelines, or strategic priorities. And today, as we look to the future, agriculture is a sector with deep roots and significant potential as an economic engine for Nova Scotia. It drives rural employment, supports small businesses, fuels innovation, and sustains families and communities right across our province. When our farms succeed, rural Nova Scotia succeeds. When our farms and processors grow, our entire province grows. A government's role is to clear pathways so people, communities, and businesses can grow and succeed. Mr. Chair, 2025 was the worst drought Nova Scotia has experienced in a century. It suppressed crop yields, reduced the quality and size of some products, and created acute water and feed shortages. Our department responded quickly and collaboratively with industry and partners. We increased the budget for the on-farm water management program from $250,000 to $1.8 million to support wells, ponds, and other water supply projects. Through our partnership with Horticulture Nova Scotia, $2.2 million of the season extension program was committed to irrigation equipment for fruit and vegetable growers. We delivered record business risk management payouts. Crop insurance processed more than $14 million in claims related to drought, and agri-stability support to Nova Scotia farmers is expected to exceed $10 million. We also directed more than $1 million to help stabilize the crop insurance fund. And we continue to work closely with Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada on agri-recovery for affected commodities, advocating for our farmers and producers to help offset extraordinary costs incurred due to the drought. Our ag reps provided frontline connections to producers to deliver practical supports and on-farm visits when a hands-on assessment is required. The Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture coordinated town halls across the province and virtually to bring farmers, producers, and our staff together to understand the impacts of the entire industry. The drought was an all-hands-on-deck effort. It reinforced why strong extension services matter in emergencies. Working together with our partners, we were able to provide these extension services, including production advice, training and technical support, and on-farm coaching and expertise at a time when industry needed support most. A critical pillar of support is our federally cost-shared Business Risk Management Suite, or BRM, programs that farmers depend on when weather, disease, or markets turn against them. The extreme conditions placed enormous pressure on industry, livestock, field crops, orchards, berries, and horticulture, and signaled the need for a coordinated and urgent government response. Recognizing the severity of the situation, the Nova Scotia Department of Agriculture worked closely with the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture, Perennia, the Nova Scotia Crop and Livestock Insurance Commission, and the Nova Scotia Farm Loan Board, and participated in outreach sessions across the province. These sessions ensured that producers had access to insurance adjusters, lending officers, risk management experts to ask questions, receive guidance, and communicate their on-the-ground needs. Financial support programs were also mobilized. Drought is an insurable peril, and staff worked with producers to contact the Crop and Livestock Insurance Commission before abandoning or destroying crops, so claims could be properly addressed and assessed. Additionally, we worked directly with our federal partners to explore additional support through BRM programs, including agri-stability, agri-recovery, and agri-insurance. In response to the scale of financial losses, the federal and provincial governments jointly implemented critical temporary enhancements to agri-stability. These included allowing late participation, increasing the interim payment rate from 50% to 75%, raising the compensation rate from 80% to 90%. These measures, along with crop insurance payments, significantly boosted cash flow for producers facing rising costs for irrigation, feed, and labor, and reduced revenues from crop failures. More than $20 million in drought support is going to Nova Scotia farmers through BRM programs, and if we are successful with an agri-recovery application, there will be more. The province also deployed support through the Nova Scotia Farm Loan Board, which offered flexible financing options to help producers manage debt, restructure payments, and cover urgent operational expenses. It is important to acknowledge the emotional toll the drought had on farmers. We Talk, We Grow is a confidential mental health resource for farmers by the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture. Our support for this program, through our cost-shared funding, reinforced that drought response must address both the economic and social impacts of extreme weather events. Farmers face unique pressures and issues, and there is still a stigma attached to asking for help in the farming community. I want to highlight this resource, so if anyone in your community needs support, you can tell them that help is available. While the full extent of the 2025 drought will be felt over multiple seasons, Nova Scotia's response was rapid, collaborative, and driven by the needs of producers. With strengthened BRM programs, targeted financial tools, coordinated provincial outreach, and mental health resources, the province took decisive steps to help farmers withstand one of the most challenging seasons in recent memory, and to prepare the sector for a future where agility is essential. We remain committed to look for ways to help producers strengthen water management, adapt to climate change, and prepare for more variable growing conditions in the future. And I am proud to say that across the Department of Agriculture, that is exactly what we are doing. Working hand in hand with our industry partners and stakeholders has been essential to this process. Now, Mr. Chair, despite the challenges over the past year, there are lots of good examples of our sector innovating, investing, growing, and generating revenue. Under the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership, or SCAP, Nova Scotia receives $9.25 million each year to support programs that help farmers innovate, grow, and manage risk. In 2025-2026, we opened 15 different SCAP programs, processed nearly 900 applications, and invested more than $4.2 million directly into farm projects across the province. We are also releasing the 2026-27 program guidelines early so producers can plan ahead and apply during their less busy season. SCAP also includes important environment and climate programs from water management to electrical preparedness, and together these provided more than $2.7 million in support last year on top of increased drought-related funding. An additional $3.4 million supported third-party initiatives such as Farm Safety Nova Scotia, Efficiency Nova Scotia's Agriculture Energy Manager, and Perennia's Food Ventures program. Government-led initiatives such as Agriculture in the Classroom and support for projects that advance export market development in the agricultural sector. We also invested more than $400,000 in workforce development, including veterinary placements and Agriculture in the Classroom, and almost $1 million to help farmers adopt new technologies that improve efficiency and reduce costs. We know that in order to grow our economy through natural resources, we need to modernize and innovate. Demand is strong for innovation in the agriculture sector. Last summer, we announced the Seafood and Agriculture Strategic Investment Fund, or as we call it, SASSI. We received more than 50 expressions of interest for agricultural projects, and we'll be announcing the successful applicants shortly. To accelerate automation and efficiency, we've committed more than $1 million in technology adoption. Currently, the applications are open for the 2026-2027 Advancing Clean Technologies program, the final year of a $5 million four-year initiative to reduce emissions, improve energy efficiency, and build climate resilience on farms. The efficiency and clean tech programs can look very different depending on the farmer and the farm. Rodney Beaton of Bayview Dairy Farm in Mabu has a dairy herd of more than 100 cows and 300 acres of corn and forage for silage. Rodney knows that environmental sustainability and economic viability go hand in hand. With combined support from the provincial and federal agricultural clean technology programs, Bayview Dairy Farms installed 355 solar panels on the roof of the barn, along with electronic feeding equipment. Then, through the Advancing Innovative Technologies program, they purchased electric handling equipment. The solar investment has virtually eliminated the farm's power bill, and the new electric equipment requires less maintenance and has less downtime. Through our partnership with Efficiency Nova Scotia and the department, Bayview Dairy Farm received financing and incentives for solar power installation, high-efficiency milk refrigeration, and heat pumps. Upgrades like these have further reduced energy use, cut emissions, and improved efficiency at Bayview Dairy Farm, making it a win-win on lowering the cost of production for this innovative dairy farm. This is the future of agriculture in Nova Scotia, reducing costs, increasing efficiency, and reducing our carbon footprint. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, we know that when you buy local, that money stays in the local economy. Through the Institutional Development and Expansion and Advancement, or IDEA program, we are helping producers diversify into stable, high-volume institutional markets. This initiative builds on the great work of the Nova Scotia Loyal Program, which continues to promote and profile locally grown and made products across the province. Through the IDEA program, we've invested $860,000 with an additional $1 million in this year's budget to help local producers, processors, and institutions work together to bring more Nova Scotian-grown products into hospitals, universities, and other public institutions. This is a real opportunity to build stronger connections between local food suppliers and Nova Scotia's public institutions. We have built strong partnerships with institutional buyers, including Nova Scotia Health, the IWK, and Dalhousie University, and with distributors like Gordon Food Services, O.H. Armstrong Food Services, Cisco, Agri-Growers, and H&E Keddy Brothers. These relationships are helping to make local sourcing sustainable and part of how institutions do business, something that benefits both farmers and communities. Government's role is to clear pathways so people, communities, and businesses can build. With the IDEA program, our team worked with industry to develop a producers and processors resource guide to help local suppliers expand into public institutions. We also initiated the Harvesting Connections event with Perennia to help local businesses make connections and broker deals with institutional buyers. We've created important new revenue streams for farmers and processors by helping them connect with their provincial institutions. We're also creating new markets for local producers here at home and around the world. We know that market and product diversification hold the key to significant economic growth. Our institutional procurement strategy is aimed at supplying schools, hospitals, universities, and public institutions with local food. Successes include local beef entering regional correctional and long-term care facilities, new local products being supplied to long-term care facilities and schools by the Station Food Hub, and local juice products being introduced into our hospitals. This program is having a real impact for local producers like Terra Beata. They received $75,000 from the province and an additional $150,000 from the Nova Scotia Farm Loan Board to support the purchase of equipment for juice production. They are now supplying local juice products to hospitals in Nova Scotia. The success of this project has helped the company's bottom line and inspired them to seek other institutional procurement opportunities. In Pictou County, West River meat processor owner Derek Gladney saw an increase in sales of more than 36,000 pounds of local beef after hosting an open house with local institutions. And in Windsor, the Station Food Hub has built capacity to meet the needs of institutions. In 2025, the team created a new mashed potato product using imperfect potatoes from local growers. They processed more than 120,000 pounds of potatoes for patients in Nova Scotia hospitals. I invite you to stay tuned, Mr. Chair, because soon we will be announcing a new product to put local products into the school lunch program. Our government committed to a goal of 20% local food in public institutions by 2030, and we're well on track to meet that. Our Buy Local initiatives amplify Nova Scotia products in stores and at events, tasting at Sobeys and independent grocers, retail signage and merchandising support, and presence at signature events like Saltscapes and the 4-H Rooted Culinary Gala. We also partner with Nova Scotia Loyal to expand consumer reach across marketing and social media campaigns. As we keep building up our Buy Local and Nova Scotia Loyal efforts in getting more homegrown products onto shelves and into our institutions, it really highlights how important it is to strengthen the sectors behind those labels. A recent public survey indicated that 94% of Nova Scotians actively look for local products. And one place we see big opportunity, Mr. Chair, is in beef. 2 years ago, January 2024, we launched the Beef Initiative with Nova Scotia cattle producers, Perennia, processors, and industry partners to raise more cattle here, finish them here, and process them here at home. It's about making sure that when people choose local, our farmers and processors have capacity to meet that demand and keep more value right here in Nova Scotia. Our goal is simple: to grow more cattle here at home, finish them here at home, process them here at home. Since the launch, our department has committed more than $3.1 million within a $6.4 million multi-year plan to grow beef production and processing capacity locally. This includes support for herd health and development, expansion of abattoirs, subsidizing the cost of equipment to finish the beef, community pastures, training and extension, and small-scale abattoir equipment. The initiative also aligns with our institutional procurement work, opening new beef markets, and now includes a feed efficiency pilot delivered by Perennia to help producers track growth and lower their feed costs. When we meet with industry, or when I visit farms, there are two issues that always come up: succession planning, labor shortages. The average farmer in Nova Scotia is 58 years old, which is 2 years older than the national average. To sustain this industry, we need to attract new farmers, help existing farmers grow and expand, and ensure our regulations are transparent and easy to navigate. Farming needs to be accessible, attract diverse farmers, and demonstrate opportunity. The program for accessing agricultural land, or PAL, launched in December, provides new and growing farmers support to access land through flexible and affordable financing or lease options. The Plant Your Roots program is a department initiative designed to support new ownership of commercial farms and help new farmers get established and improve their financial stability during their early years, and then help them scale up and contribute to the long-term sustainability of agriculture in this province. The Get Growing program supports small farms in Nova Scotia by helping them adopt specialized infrastructure or purchase equipment to expand local agricultural production for local markets. We deliver workshops across the province and events like the Small Farm Expo in Antigonish and ensure access to BRM tools, agri-insurance, agri-stability, agri-invest that matter most when farmers are just getting established. Our Farm Loan Board supports women, Indigenous producers, newcomers, African Nova Scotians, and persons with disabilities, and who are ready to welcome new participants into agriculture. Black youth planning their future, Indigenous agriculture camps, and new farmer workshops are inspiring the next generation to explore careers in agriculture. We introduced farming opportunities to youth through the Agriculture in the Classroom program that reached more than 61,000 students across 297 schools last year. And Mr. Chair, I'll be looking forward to visiting schools next month as part of this program. It's always a great day. This program includes hands-on learning from chick hatching to microgreens and pollinator habitats. It's connecting students with farmers and showcasing modern agricultural careers. As we work to bring more people into agriculture, new farmers, young farmers, and underrepresented farmers, we know that attracting them is only the first step. They need the right tools, infrastructure, and equipment to truly take root and grow. That's why programs like Plant Your Roots and Get Growing are so important. They help beginners establish themselves and scale up with targeted support. And it's why our broader investments through the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership and provincial programs are there, to help give our farmers the tools they need to grow, literally and figuratively. These programs matter. Dairy farmer Logan Vroeg of Scawthorne Farms Limited in Hardwood Lands has leveraged funding across a number of sustainable CAP programs since purchasing his farm 3 years ago. He has implemented projects ranging from installing GPS on his tractors to tile drainage on fields to increase crop production potential and to reduce environmental risk on his farm by upgrading his manure and silage storage sites to transitioning to zero tillage under the Resilient Agriculture Landscapes Program, or RALP. Two game changers for the farm included the purchase of a micro-scale table for precise measurements of minerals in the farm's new on-site feed mill, funded under SCAP technology adoption programs, on-farm innovation stream, and support for extending three-phase power to the farm under the provincial Advancing Clean Technologies program. It saved the farm as much as 75% on new motors for the new dairy barn and feed mill. With thanks to support from the department, Logan estimates the farm has improved profitability more in the last 3 years than in the 20 years prior. In Spring Hill, Kevin McCormick, one of the province's largest maple producers, realized the key to business success is to produce the most maple syrup from the fewest number of taps. He's been a leader in adopting beneficial management practices to improve tap efficiency. To help with labor shortages, he has accessed sustainable CAP funding through the Value-Added Equipment Program to purchase automated washing equipment for his sap evaporators, which will wash the equipment overnight, freeing up his 3 full-time employees for other tasks. He also received support under the Technology Adoption Program's on-farm innovation stream to purchase a first in Nova Scotia Hybrix reverse osmosis machine for processing maple syrup. As he gears up for the 2026 sap run, he is expecting to see significant savings on his energy bill for maple syrup production. Mr. Chair, we also provide nearly $5 million in provincial programs, from Plant Your Roots and Get Growing to our Agricultural Clean Technology Program to the Wild Blueberry and Apple Harvest Efficiency Program, giving farmers support to invest in the equipment they need to harvest crops more safely, more efficiently, and with lower labor costs. And that spirit of partnership will be front and center this July when Nova Scotia hosts the federal, provincial, territorial agriculture meetings in Halifax. I will be leading conversations with my counterparts from across the country, bringing forward the lessons, successes, and challenges we're seeing right here at home. It's an opportunity to showcase the innovation happening in our sector, to advocate for the needs of Nova Scotia producers, and to help shape national policies that support growth, resilience, and the future of Canadian agriculture. The current FPT framework, SCAP, expires March 31st, 2028. Preparations for the next policy framework are already underway, and I am honored to co-chair this year's ministerial meetings. Our immediate task is developing the policy statement to be announced in Halifax this July, what we expect to be called the Halifax Statement, that will set the direction for negotiation of the next framework. We will engage industry so that Nova Scotia's priorities are front and center. This policy statement matters. SCAP provides $9.25 million annually to Nova Scotia and underpins our BRM suite and cost-shared programming. These 5-year frameworks have been the backbone of federal-provincial cooperation in agriculture for more than 2 decades, enabling key supports tailored to provincial realities. As we get ready to host FPT meetings in Halifax this July, it's also important to look at the work happening right here at home. We're making important updates to our own provincial laws and regulations to make programs clearer, improve how services are delivered, reduce red tape, and modernize the way we support farmers and processors. These changes are practical steps that will help us work more efficiently and ensure government is better aligned with the needs of the agriculture sector. Now, I spoke briefly about the 5 changes we have made at the department to better focus on our core priorities. In April, the food safety inspection function will transfer from environment and climate change to agriculture, along with 24 staff positions and $2.9 million annually. This restores a core mandate we held prior to 2015 and aligns expertise with delivery. It also improves operational consistency with our meat inspection and animal health lab services, a true farm-to-fork approach. We are working closely with the Department of Environment and Climate Change and with the Department of Health and Wellness, who are reassuming other environmental health functions from Environment and Climate Change, to ensure a smooth transition for more than 8,000 food establishments with no negative impact to service delivery. We know all Nova Scotians want safe food for their families, and they can count on safe meat from provincially licensed meat plants and processors. We plan to implement a more modern, evidence-based inspection model that reflects new abattoir investments and operating patterns. We have increased the SPCA grant to support enforcement functions under the Animal Protection Act, including for farm animals. The department will continue to provide expertise and cross-training to the SPCA to protect the health and safety of farm animals. We recognize how important it will be for the SPCA to deliver a farm animal welfare program with full understanding of national codes of practice for farm animal care that is informed by science and commercially accepted farm animal husbandry practices. And we are aligning dike land maintenance with Public Works for integrated delivery alongside the $83 million dike land system upgrades project that Public Works is also leading, maintaining service continuity and protecting agricultural marshland with the right tools in the right place. We will work with the Department of Public Works to ensure the agriculture sector remains a strong voice to inform how maintenance activities continue to protect agricultural marshlands. We know we need to make it easier and more efficient for the agriculture industry to do business in Nova Scotia. Our red tape reduction strategy is about clarity, speed, and predictability, freeing producers to focus on production and markets while maintaining public trust. The changes consolidate related functions, meat inspection, food safety expertise, analytical lab changes that reduce redundancies, improve regulatory clarity, and increase potential to access more responsive services to businesses. The Farm Loan Board amended its regulations to provide more flexibility and faster access to funds, especially for loans higher than $5 million. The board also created a land pre-approval so producers can move quickly when parcels come on the market, and revised microloans will streamline small equipment and livestock financing. As we keep eliminating red tape to make it easier and faster for producers to do business in Nova Scotia, we're also taking a hard look at how government itself is organized. Reducing paperwork is only one part of becoming more efficient. To help streamline agriculture legislation and reduce unnecessary administrative burden, the department repealed 5 outdated pieces of legislation under the Making Business Easier Act and extended the terms of various permits for industry. The bigger opportunity is making sure the right work is happening in the right place, with clearer roles, less duplication, and services that are easier for farmers and processors to navigate. That's why the changes we're making across departments, shifting functions, modernizing inspection models, and updating delivery of programs are all focused on improving how programs and services are delivered. These updates are practical steps that help us work more efficiently and stay better aligned with the needs of the agriculture sector. A few examples of our commitment to creating efficiency for the sector include the IDEA program and the new resource guide reduce information barriers and create a clear path for producers to sell into public institutions, a practical red tape reducer where government is the buyer. We are releasing next year's SCAP guidelines earlier this year to give producers lead time to prepare applications, cutting the back and forth previously required to submit a high quality and aligning program windows with the farm calendar. And having our ag reps in the field and visiting farms helps connect producers to specialists, labs, veterinarians, business advisors, and programs, and resolve issues quickly. Mr. Chair, one of our most powerful agriculture advantages is the Nova Scotia Farm Loan Board. For more than a century, the board has provided farmers with the capital needed to start, expand, and modernize their operations. Today, it manages a loan portfolio of more than $329 million and has approved more than 100 loans so far this year. Arrears remain below 1%, an exceptional indicator of strong portfolio health and responsible lending. This past year, the Nova Scotia Farm Loan Board implemented a number of significant changes to better support their clients. These include regulatory changes allowing the board to offer greater flexibility to clients and faster turnaround times on certain loans. The board has also implemented a land pre-approval financing option that allows farms to act quickly when farmland becomes available. Bless you. A newly revised small loan program for equipment and livestock purchases will provide more flexible financing and a more streamlined loan application process. One of the greatest opportunities for economic potential in agriculture is innovation. And with innovation top of mind, I'd like to come back to the SASE program. It's designed to accelerate growth, innovation, and competitiveness across the agriculture and seafood sectors. Launched in July 2025, the fund will provide $4.7 million in strategic investments to support major projects in 2 key industries in Nova Scotia. The primary objective of the fund is to support projects that enhance productivity, increase processing capacity, diversify markets, and fuel the growth of the agriculture and seafood industries. SASE is administered by Perennia, our Crown agency with a long track record in helping producers with technology adoption and innovation growth. Industry organizations have strongly endorsed the fund. The Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture has acknowledged that this investment helps strengthen competitiveness and creates opportunities for sustainable sector growth. Overall, SASE represents a major commitment to building and innovation-driven sectors, ensuring Nova Scotia can lead in global food production while supporting rural communities and economic growth. We look forward to announcing the successful applicants to the program in the weeks to come. Mr. Chair, Nova Scotia exported nearly $500 million, $487 million in agri-food products in 2024, driven by key sectors like apples, blueberries, wine, food and beverage products, and Christmas trees, products that consistently perform well on the global stage. The quality of these products and the producers behind them continue to shape Nova Scotia's international brand. At the same time, we are continuing to build and diversify our global reach. In December, we combined our market development teams for Nova Scotia's seafood and agri-food. In January, we did our first joint trade mission to Dubai and the United Arab Emirates and Riyadh, as well Saudi Arabia, to promote our seafood and agri-food at Gulf Food Show, the world's biggest food show. We took 9 Nova Scotia seafood and agri-food businesses with us, and early estimated sales are $300,000 with potential longer-term sales of more than $1.7 million. This builds on successes that we've seen in other national and international markets. And we know that diversification of our markets is even more important in these uncertain times. That's why our government is providing $4 million spread over 3 years to enhance our marketing efforts and to help get delicious, sustainable Nova Scotia food products on plates across the globe. In 2026, the program is supporting the efforts of local producers through the Nova Scotia Loyal Community Supported Agriculture, or CSA, incentive pilot program. That gives consumers a 10% discount on farm share subscriptions. To support producers with marketing costs, the province also launched a $300,000 labeling rebate program that covers up to 70% of expenses for adding Nova Scotia Loyal branding to packages, an important tool for agri-food businesses selling into retail chains. And in partnership with Perennia, Nova Scotia Loyal supported a $1.4 million program aimed at providing producers and agribusinesses with the food safety training, accreditation, and specialized equipment they need to be part of retail and institutional markets. Together, these initiatives are strengthening Nova Scotia's agricultural sector and keeping more money in our province. Almost there, Mr. Chair. We are keenly aware of the challenges facing our farmers, labor shortages, rising costs, and shrinking margins. These challenges remind us that export growth must be matched with support for the producers who make it happen. Our work with the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture and the Agricultural Campus at Dalhousie University on an economic impact study for agriculture demonstrates that continued investments in innovation and building the growth capacity of our producers and processors is essential. We are also working together to deliver an action plan for the agriculture sector that will be delivered next year, in 2027. This will involve extensive consultation, data collection, and include monitoring and measuring tools. In spite of these pressures we face, Nova Scotia's agriculture is advancing with clear momentum. We are expanding markets. Farmers are investing in new technologies, and we are promoting Nova Scotia products on the world stage with confidence. To truly support agricultural growth, we must also step back where necessary. We can't do the things we've always done and expect different results. The province will invest in technology, work more efficiently, and focus the efforts of government on strategic priorities that will drive our province forward. We know the future of agriculture depends on people. Agriculture is a natural resource, one that renews itself, that feeds us, and that can grow exponentially with the right support. We have fertile land. We have innovative entrepreneurs. We have world-class universities, research hubs, and food technology capacity. And most importantly, we have farmers whose ability to adapt, find creative solutions, and fortitude are unmatched. I recently told this story at the Dairy Farmers of Nova Scotia AGM, but I really believe it speaks to the work ethic and dedication of our farmers and of the entire agricultural sector. I have a neighbor, Mr. Chair. He was a dairy farmer, and son took over the operation, and I've learned and heard a few things in our conversations. So when we first moved home back in 2009, 2010, I ran into him and I said, "So you're retired now. What do you do? How do you fill your time?" He said, "Well, now that I'm retired, I only work Monday to Friday, 7 to 5. He's a great neighbor and a great man, but what speaks to me most is how the life of a farmer is truly a labor of love. What our sector needs is a government willing to support that potential through programs, through trust, and through partnership. And we are delivering on that commitment. To conclude, our agenda is clear. We need to be prepared to face challenges head-on, from drought risk to market volatility, by investing where risk is highest and services are most needed. We need to modernize and align, placing functions where they can be delivered best, streamlining inspection and food safety, and ensuring dike land protection is managed with infrastructure expertise. We need to invest in people and productivity, from new farmers to technology adoption, from extension services to institutional markets so that producers can grow and compete. And we need to negotiate for Nova Scotia with a strong voice at the FPT table as we shape the framework that will replace SCAP and set our sector up for future success. Nova Scotia's agriculture industry needs to be agile, innovative, and essential. With targeted investments, smart regulation, and dedicated focus on service, we will sustain and grow this sector, together with farmers, processors, industry partners, and the communities they support. Agriculture is not a sector of the past. It is a sector of the future. It is the foundation of local food. It is a driver of our rural economies. It is central to our climate resilience, and it is a powerful, growing industry. Markets far beyond our borders. Our department is here to support that growth through programs, services, strong partnerships with industry, and a commitment to get out of the way when government is a barrier. Together, with our farmers, processors, and industry partners and rural communities, we are building a stronger, more prosperous agricultural sector. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Morrow. So according to the practice that has developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses take turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour each. During a caucus's turn, the members within a caucus may take turns examining the minister on the estimates resolution. Only the minister may answer questions. Caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member. To begin the examination, I will now recognize the official opposition, and I recognize the honourable member from Halifax Citadel. Shabakdale. Can't even read my own writing. Halifax Shabakdale.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start by thanking the department for being here today. I can only imagine the amount of work that goes into estimates, and I appreciate your work and I respect your work. We're all here to talk about the budget, so we'll start there. Through you, Chair. I want to ask, I've noticed that the overall budget for this department is essentially staying the same. Does the minister feel as though the budget is keeping up with our rising inflation?
I recognize Honourable Mr. Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. The short answer is yes, I do believe that. Through the changes that we're making in the department, we are becoming more efficient, more nimble to respond to industry needs. We are always looking at programs that can help, and as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we have an opportunity with the new 5-year framework with the federal government to review that funding and make sure that it is sustainable and growing to help this sector grow, not just in Nova Scotia, but right across the province, or right across the country, sorry.
Thank you, Minister, and I apologize for turning your mic on too soon. I will do. Yep. I recognize the honourable member from Halifax Shabakdale.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. Going through the budget lines, one thing that stuck out to me the most was the budget line under resource sustainability was $2.2 million last year, but this year it looks like it's at $615,000. Can the minister tell me what's actually changing behind these numbers? Thank you, Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. The change represents $1.58 million for budget and FTE transfer to Public Works for land protection from our department to Public Works, as I mentioned in my opening.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Shabakdale.
Thank you, Chair. One area that we're actually seeing an increase in the budget is around the agri-food inspection services. How much of this increase is related to the local supplier food safety program pilot program? And is there anything else reflected in the budget line increase?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I believe, and we can certainly clarify, that the program that the member mentioned is through growth and development through Nova Scotia Oil. But there is $2.88 million for budget and FTT transfer from environment and climate change for food inspections that is coming back to our department that, again, I mentioned in the opening.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, and through you to the chair. The minister's statement was very long, so I might have lots of questions that he's already mentioned. So I do apologize in advance if you've already gone over this. So we're hearing that some agriculture positions were cut around labs, meat inspection, and animal welfare. In total, how many jobs are being cut and how many jobs are being moved?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the total of 1.7 positions for the next year are being lost. I can go through the numbers if it's helpful. We do have an increase of 24 FTE from environment and climate change for food inspection, food safety inspection. There's a decrease of 9.7 FTE for positions transferred to the Department of Public Works for land protection. There's a decrease of 3 FTEs for positions transferred to Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture for marketing, and a decrease of 13 FTEs as part of government's corporate FTE reductions. So, so to go through again, just on a little finer point, transferring animal and plant lab, the analytical lab responsibilities to Perennia. These changes are expected to be in place by May. They involve a reduction of 11 positions. Modernizing meat inspection with a renewed science-based approach that will impact abattoir inspection frequency. You will hear more about these efforts in the coming days and weeks. That's a loss of 5 positions. Transferring farm animal welfare functions to the SPCA, a change that will be effective in the coming months. That's 2 positions that are currently vacant. Moving land protection maintenance to the Department of Public Works, effective April 1st, 13 positions, and I mentioned the increase of 24 as we assume food safety inspection responsibilities and staff from environment and climate change. So again, I guess the main overall number is 1.7 positions. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a visual learner, so I kind of
got
lost my way there. But I have a colleague here helping me out. I think we heard that there are 13 positions being moved to Perennia. Can we talk a little bit more about why that's happening and where's the efficiency in that? And
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's 11 positions that are being eliminated, and those functions are moving to Perennia. Feel it'd be more efficient because Perennia already provides a number of those services through the lab and to Nova Scotia farms and farmers. And so the positions don't necessarily transfer over, but Perennia will be looking at hiring some new positions to fill their lab capacity going forward. I don't know how many yet, but that'll be up to Perennia.
I recognize the Honourable Member from Halifax, Chebucto.
Okay, and sorry, through you, Chair, I'm curious about the jobs that are going to Public Works. I think I understood this correctly. There's jobs going to Public Works for land protection. Can we just get a little bit more clarification on that as well, please?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, the Department of Agriculture is transferring the agricultural marshland maintenance that's carried out by the Land Protection Unit to the Department of Public Works to gain efficiencies in operations. So this is a $2.2 million move that and shifts approximately 8 full-time equivalent positions. So I'll run through it. In the new fiscal year, the Department of Public Works will take over responsibility of maintenance for the agricultural dike land system. This transition will better position maintenance and marshland upgrades under the Department of Public Works. They have the expertise in managing infrastructure projects and better systems in place, including staff with project management, engineering, and procurement skill sets. They're the ones doing the work. To me, it makes sense that that this service is provided in the department. They're already working closely with the Department of Agriculture to deliver the Dike Land System Upgrade Project, DSUP, that was transferred over to them in 2024. So we've made this a similar transition before. It's worked well, we believe, for industry. Happy to continue working with the minister and his department to make sure there is a seamless transition as this goes forward. The transfer of marshland maintenance will build on the progress that Public Works has been able to make protecting the future of agricultural marshland. There will be no loss of jobs by transferring this function. Employees from the land protection team at Agriculture will be serving as in the same role as before, but under a different department, Public Works. We know how important dike lands are to our farmers. The Department of Agriculture and Public Works will work together, as I mentioned, to ensure we continue to understand farmers' needs and that agricultural land is protected for continued use. Both departments are committed to working together to make this transition successful, and supporting agriculture and protecting communities around dike lands remains a top priority. So again, happy to work with the minister. His department has the expertise in a lot of this work, but in terms of representing the interests of farmers, we'll definitely have a good, open, continuous dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Chebucto.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank the minister for that question, or that answer. It made sense in my brain. We understand that the animal welfare jobs are being transferred to the SPCA. Can I assume that the department will still be on the hook for paying for that service? And what is the cost difference between public servants doing the work and the SPCA doing that work? Thank you, Chair.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the SPCA has long been a partner in protecting the welfare of animals in our province. They are established under the Animal Protection Act to do just that, enforce the act to help ensure the welfare of our pets. The department provides the SPCA with a grant to help offset the costs they incur to undertake this role. The SPCA also contributes significantly with revenue generated through its programs, services, and donations. In recognition of the rising cost to deliver this service, the Department of Agriculture has received an additional $900,000 in our budget to increase this grant. This will help offset the costs of the SPCA as they investigate incidents throughout the province, provide emergency veterinarian care, and shelter these animals safely until a home can be found for them, all at a significantly lower cost than if the province carried out these functions. As the department looked to be more efficient in our services this year, it was a natural fit to consider the SPCA to enforce the Animal Protection Act for farm animals as well. They will be able to use their existing services, supports, and inspectors. Often there are animal welfare calls involving both farm and companion animals at the same location. Historically, very few calls related to farm animals are on commercial farms. In fact, just 9% over the last 3 years. The department will provide expertise to cross-train SPCA inspectors to apply their knowledge to farm animals. The department will continue to serve as a resource to the SPCA. We look forward to continued collaboration with them to help protect animals of Nova Scotia. Just some questions around the dollars. There was $320,000 in previous budgets. As I mentioned, $900,000 was added to our budget this year. We have $480,000 from cost savings from agricultural operations. I couldn't get into what that cost will be going forward because we still haven't finalized the contract with the SPCA, but once that's signed, we will be happy to share. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Chair. I'm curious if that is just a lump sum or if that's annual funding that the SPCA is going to receive more money annually or just once. And also, I am curious, the minister mentioned that it's considerably more affordable for the SPCA to run this program. And I'm curious if that is because a large part of the SPCA's budget is operating off of donations.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this will be annual funding, and no, any donations made to the SPCA would not be associated with farm animal welfare.
Recognize the Honourable Member from Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that answer, Minister. The Minister mentioned in his opening remarks that there's new funding to increase local beef production. Now we're hearing that meat inspectors are losing their jobs. Why is the department expanding meat processing but scaling back on meat inspectors? And I'm also curious how many meat inspectors we have.
You've probably seen this, right? I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we are looking at a reduction of 4 FTEs and salaries as we look for efficient ways to deliver services, but certainly want to make it very clear that we have safe food in this province. We would never do anything to jeopardize that. In terms of the numbers, we had 14 to begin with. We have 9 currently. 5 have been laid off and 1 position has been repurposed. I might just take this opportunity to talk a little bit about, again, some of the work that we've done around the beef initiative that was announced in January of 2024, more than $3.1 million to support industry growth and offering new training and support programs for beef producers and provincial abattoirs. I mentioned the Nova Scotia cattle producers investment of $784,000 over 5 years for a herd health development program, $750,000 for beef processing program to support the development and expansion of local provincial abattoirs, and to $750,000 beef finishing program to help local beef producers with equipment purchases that will help lower their cost of production. I could go on, Mr. Chair, but I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Yep, I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Shepparton.
Thank you, and I thank you to the Minister. Several departments did see cuts to grants and contributions in this budget, likely stemming from the Finance Minister's directive for departments to examine how a 10% cut to discretionary spending and program grants would impact Nova Scotians. We're seeing only a small decrease in the program spending in the Department of Agriculture, but I'm curious to know what this review looked like and which programs were reviewed and how was the impact of a 10% cut assessed?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. In the Department of Agriculture, we're part of a broad government that is facing a large deficit, and we need to and have to do our part. It's never easy, of course, when you talk about making cuts, but what we've done, I guess the biggest one I would speak to is a 3% reduction to the operating grants at Perennia. That works out to approximately $900,000. That would be the biggest single impact. We have additional work to do, but we commit to an approach that prioritizes maintaining services to our farmers. On the FT reduction, our actions announced last week would go toward our commitment as a department to the overall government goal. But again, the goal here is to not to impact any frontline services to our industry. Certainly don't want to do that, and I'd like to assure the member that any reductions will not be felt in changes to our federally cost-shared SCAP program, so those will remain in place. Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Shepparton.
Thank you, Chair. to the minister, 90%, the minister mentioned in his opening statements that we exported a lot of food here in Nova Scotia, but we also imported a whole heck of a lot of it. 90% of food consumed in Nova Scotia is imported, and much of it leaves the province for processing and then comes back in. How is the department working towards keeping that food in Nova Scotia? And what are the concrete steps to address what concrete steps to address this does the minister plan to take in this upcoming fiscal year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an important question for sure. We are working to support and encourage local food consumption through our Buy Local initiatives, done in collaboration with the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture and Nova Scotia Oil. So I'll just talk about a few of the programs that are currently in place. So our Rural Community Events Initiative, $25,000. Signature events with industry and associations, $132,000. Marketing campaigns and promotions, $25,000. Our Fields to Forks campaign, that's $20,000, and other marketing projects that are close to $15,000. We lead and support many activities that are designed to help increase the consumption of local food and beverage products. Agriculture is part of a cross-government working group led by the Department of Growth and Development to support and implement Nova Scotia Loyal. And the department continues to contribute to the success of Nova Scotia Loyal by engaging producers to join the program and by partnering on major events throughout the year to promote our high-quality food and beverage products. Some of the activities include implementing a tasting program with Sobeys and independent grocers to highlight local products that are available in-store, supporting retail merchandising work to have display signage in grocery retail stores throughout the province and to have signage available for retailers to order online, coordination and promotional work at major food and beverage events in Nova Scotia, providing content for Nova Scotia Loyal promotional campaigns, videos, and social media channels. The department supported 9 signature events throughout the province that promotes Nova Scotia food and beverage, including Saltscapes, Red Sky Appellation, 4-H Rooted Culinary Gala, and more. We also provided one-time sponsorships to 15 rural events promoting local food, beverage, and agriculture through the $25,000 Rural Community Events Initiative. In addition, through the Nova Scotia Beef Initiative, the department is raising the profile of our beef from Nova Scotia. At the 2nd annual Nova Scotia Stampede, we partnered with Nova Scotia Loyal and the Kilted Chef to promote lesser-known affordable cuts of beef through cooking demos and sample tastings. We've also showcased Nova Scotia beef through contests such as Dine Around and the Annapolis Valley Burger Wars to encourage local sourcing. I'll just talk a little bit about some of the Nova Scotia Loyal numbers. 1,837 total registered businesses with Nova Scotia Loyal. 42% of those are connected to agriculture. So that's a high percentage. And certainly here, the need for improvements to our institutional procurement. I've said probably at this table through many years, it is our lowest hanging fruit. We should be able to source more of our local products into our government-run institutions and facilities. We are leading and supporting the use of local food and beverage products at our provincially funded institutions by connecting Nova Scotia producers, retailers, and distributors. Anything from our hospitals, long-term care facilities, schools, universities, long-term care facilities, correctional facilities. In fact, this past November, we announced in partnership with Perennia the Institutional Development Expansion and Advancement Program, the IDEA program for local producers and suppliers who want to expand sales within institutional markets. Pleased to announce that a $1 million extension on the IDEA program is in the budget for 26-27. A producers and processors resource guide for selling to public institutions is being developed to help open these new sales channels for producers and agri-food businesses in Nova Scotia. This guide builds on the success of a resource guide we created for institutional staff this past year. I mentioned as well the department hosted Harvesting Connections, a forum designed to create business opportunities and facilitate new partnerships for Nova Scotian producers and agribusinesses with institutional buyers. This work is making a real difference, and I'd like to give you some real-world examples. Companies like Terra Beata have seen significant increases in production and sales as a result of institutional contracts, supplying healthy, locally produced juice to patients in the care of Nova Scotia Health. Station Food Hub in Hants West also partnered with the Nova Scotia Health to process imperfect potatoes into nutritionally optimized mashed potatoes. This turned over, as I mentioned as well, 120,000 pounds of potatoes into a new revenue source for local farmers. Station Food Hub is also expanding their apple slice pilot program, offering local Nova Scotia apples as a menu item for the Nova Scotia school lunch program to schools throughout the province. I know, Mr. Chair, I've heard you raise this as an example. Our institutional procurement team helped West River Farms make connections with regional provincial institutions in Pictou County. That led to more than 36,000 pounds of new beef sales. And we'll keep working to make connections and work toward our goal of 20% of the food used in public institutions in Nova Scotia to being local. The point about processing is certainly very important. It's something I hear when I'm visiting farms across the province. I hear it from the Federation of Agriculture when we talk. A lot of this has been raised through the economic study that we did in collaboration with the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture. As we work toward the action plan for the agricultural sector, I expect we'll learn more and find out what more we can do. It's always a tricky balance. We need to have someone, private industry, step up. As I tell industry, and they agree with me, you don't want government in the processing business. We need local people to step up. We can certainly be there to help, make no mistake. And we'll do that, whether it's through funding, through in-kind support, through expertise. We'll be there to help. But I expect more of that work to come in collaboration with the Federation and different commodity groups in the year ahead as we work toward that action plan. Also, the SASE program is going to be a key cog in doing that, and look forward to having more good news to share in the next week or so on successful applicants to that program, so stay tuned. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Chair. I'm so glad that the minister brought up that study, because that study said that approximately 50,000 jobs are lost due to out-of-province processing, and that's approximately $1 billion in GDP. With a province that has really high food insecurity, could the minister please tell me what budget line is dedicated to decreasing this number and how the department is combating this?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we work closely with other departments on food security, whether it's opportunities in social development or education and early childhood development. The biggest thing that comes to mind in terms of food security is the Nova Scotia Food Lunch Program that we launched and are excited to be expanding this year, making sure that kids get a good, healthy meal at school when they're trying to learn. There are certainly challenges with Federation of Agriculture president said it pretty well, that we don't control the price that ends up at the retail side of things, but we deal with the costs associated with making the product. So I remember when a couple of years ago the federal government took some of the major retailers to task and brought them into committee. It was actually the federal industry minister that led that. But in terms of agriculture, what we can do and what we do is try to help producers lessen that cost at the beginning on their end, to reduce their costs and to make them more efficient and be able to produce more food, but really don't have a say on what the final price is at the grocery store.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebuctville.
Thank you, Chair. That report that I referenced earlier, the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture impact study, actually it says that farmers are spending 95% of revenue on operating expenses. The minister just mentioned that he's trying to help farmers bring that expense down. I'd love to hear more about what actions the department are taking to improve farm profitability, because 95% of revenue is really high.
I recognize the honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have two funding areas to support the agriculture sector. I talked about the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership, or SCAP. The Federal Provincial Territorial Initiative allocates $9.25 million per year to Nova Scotia. This funding is cost shared at 60% by the federal government and 40% by the provincial government. We have provincial only funding for reoccurring and strategic programming. So the $9.25 million annually in SCAP is divided into 5 buckets or priority areas. For 25-26, that was building sector capacity, growth, and competitiveness, around $2.7 million. Climate change and environment, 2.1, almost 2.2 million. Market development and trade, 280,000. Science, research, and innovation, 890,000. And resiliency and public trust of 1.5 million. That also includes federally attributed programs at 721,000 and some administration fees. Some of the provincial-only programs that we had in 25-26, Plant Your Roots for $500,000, agricultural clean technology programs at $1.25 million, limestone transportation assistance budget at $400,000, organic certification budget, exhibition grants budget, wild blueberry and apple harvest efficiency budget, wine and grape industry development programs, Nova Scotia quality wine strategy. Altogether, all told, Mr. Chair, providing support of nearly $14 million in programming. The department administered 15 programs to support farms, agribusinesses, processors, and industry associations through SCAP. We received nearly 900 applications and processed for more than $4.1 million in contributions to individual projects. I mentioned the 5 buckets under SCAP. More than 1.9 million was approved in applications to these programs in the last year, not including additional funding provided through the on-farm water management program in response to the historic drought conditions we faced in 2025. We provided more than $400,000 in programs that help build a future workforce, such as a veterinary student placement program, the agricultural skills student bursary program, the agriculture in the classroom program. Approximately $1 million was committed to farms and agribusinesses to adopt new technologies through the Technology Adoption Program. We also worked with our Atlantic colleagues on pan-Atlantic initiatives. Through these collaborations, close to $500,000 was provided to industry projects of a regional interest. Other funding is contracted to our partners like the Federation or Perennia to deliver other programs and activities to support farmers. For example, $800,000 is provided annually to the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture for their delivery of industry-focused programming. These are the Environmental Farm Plan, Farm Health and Safety, Farmer Mental Health, Farm Workforce Development, and Public Trust programs. This year, as I mentioned, guidelines for the 26-27 SCAP and provincial programs were released in February to give farmers time to plan and prepare applications during their less busy season. We also have our provincially funded, provincial-only programs for a variety of supports that include providing new farmers with grants to support interest payments for their first 4 years of loans to enter farming through the Plant Your Roots program, supporting infrastructure and equipment to help our farmers reduce their greenhouse gas emissions and adapt to climate change under the Agricultural Clean Technology Program through Climate Plan funding from Environment and Climate Change, offsetting the cost of transporting limestone through the Limestone Program that recognizes the importance of balancing soil pH on farms to make sure fertilizer efficiency and support farm profitability. We encourage more farmers to pursue organic certification through rebates on organic certification fees, and reduce labor and other production costs associated with fruit harvesting through the purchase of new equipment under the Wild Blueberry and Apple Harvest Efficiency Program. Mr. Chair, I could go on and on about all the provincial programs that we've run through the years, including last year, our federal cost-shared programs. I listed many of them in my opening remarks. I'm happy to go through my opening remarks in their entirety again if it pleases the member. Thank you.
Can't do that. You only got 20 minutes left. I recognize the honourable member from Halifax, Quebec.
Thank you very much. He doesn't need to go through it again. I'll go read Hansard. Can the minister point to the exact line in the budget that increases ongoing support for primary producers? And I'm not asking about grants or pilots, long-term support.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would go back. There's no single budget line that would highlight this, and I'll spare the member of running through all the programs again, but the one thing I would point to is the $9.25 million annually in SCAP in our 5 priority areas. That is sustained funding through the length of the agreement. We're always looking at our provincial programs, what we can do there. But these programs, especially through SCAP, I mentioned limestone trucking a few times. These are so important industry. They ask us to maintain them. We do that through the different budget years as a result of this agreement. We look at how we can expand, how we can do more. Again, the provincial-only programs that we've announced in the last 12 months would be included. We have the Farm Loan Board as well that has $60 million in loan advances. There are a number of ways that we help with primary production. Again, it's not on a line in the budget, but a number of areas, and I would start with the $9.25 million through our federal cost shared program. Thank you.
Recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask the department and the minister about Taste of Nova Scotia and what their budget is.
Recognize the honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The current budget for Taste of Nova Scotia is $189,000 a year.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
As I understand it, I've just got a note saying that their funding has been cut by $90,000. Taste of Nova Scotia is a small business support. It does a lot of work for a lot of small businesses. Is this true? Is this the cut for Taste of Nova Scotia?
Recognize the honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will be looking at the grant reductions to determine the most strategic changes with the least impact to the sector. We certainly don't want to do anything to impact our primary production, but we will continue to look at our grant reductions.
Recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair. Respectfully to the minister, I'm going to ask again because this is his department and he would know the cuts. Is Taste of Nova Scotia losing half of their budget?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I would say that we're looking at all our grant reductions, working with partners, trying our best to not have any impact on primary production in agriculture. And any group that is affected or impacted by any sort of cuts or grant reductions, we'll certainly work with them as partners to find alternative sources of funding through program funding or other avenues.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Chair. I understand cuts are hard. I would like to ask the Minister how many small businesses are being supported by Taste of Nova Scotia?
By Taste
What
of
is
Nova Scotia.
by Taste of Nova Scotia? How many small businesses are enrolled at Taste of Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as we're not the only funder or source of funding for Taste of Nova Scotia, we'd have to get back to the member with that number. We don't have it at the tip of our fingertips.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
I'm going to say it's a lot. It's a lot, and it's mostly rural businesses that really need Taste of Nova Scotia to stay alive. Really need visitor information centers to stay alive. I'm really disappointed. I really hope they haven't lost half their funding. Anyway, let's move on. On February 5th, there was an announcement to increase the beef processing, as the minister mentioned. What are the timelines and benchmarks for evaluating the success of this pilot? And when will these findings be made public? Given that some farmers have applauded this program, but point to market prices and access are still barriers, what additional steps will the minister take beyond this pilot to reduce barriers of entry to the agriculture sector? I've completely lost my cool.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to clarify that we're just talking specifically about beef and the beef program. Okay.
Your mic's on there.
Okay.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would just talk a little bit about some of the funding that we've announced through this program again. The new $750,000 beef processing program to support the development and expansion of provincial abattoirs, a new $750,000 beef finishing program to help local beef producers with equipment purchases that will help lower their cost of production, $278,000 in support for community pastures initiatives aimed at maintaining the grazing capacity of our 8 community pastures, $419,000 to support training and extension programs for cattle producers offered through Perennia, $130,000 to assist abattoirs with small-scale equipment purchases that will increase their processing capacity. We have seen in the past that the value of Nova Scotia beef producer income has increased from $33.5 million in September of 2023 to $48.5 million in 2025. That's based on farm registration. That's a 34% growth in that. And to answer how we continue to grow and evolve, we'll certainly be working with members of our beef steering committee, the Nova Scotia cattle producers. These are important partners that help us develop these programs. They can certainly help us gauge their success, what's working, what may not be working, and how we move forward. We'll do it in collaboration with them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Member from Halifax-Chebucto, and we're looking at about 16 minutes, or 6 minutes.
I was going to say 16, wow, a gift. As I understand it, this funding only applies to farmers who feed their cattle grain. Beef that are finished on grass or grass-fed beef are not, do not qualify for this program. Can I get clarification on that from the Minister, please?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could just clarify from the member which program specifically she's talking about.
Recognize the honourable member for Halifax,
Oh,
Quebec.
I'm sorry. The new programs, the beef finishing, beef processing program. Does that, Nova Scotia beef processing program, does that make sense? Beef finishing, I may have,
See if they can.
I'm gonna see if I can figure that out.
Each, there's two programs.
There's two
I'm
programs.
sure the deputy consultant.
There's two programs, 750 each.
Yeah. So I've got the announcement here. It says the Nova Scotia Beef Finishing Equipment Support Program and the Nova Scotia Beef Processing Program. Those programs are only for grain-fed beef, or are these also for beef that are grass-fed?
I recognize the honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and yeah, we've gone through a lot of programs, so just do want to clarify that these programs would also be for grass-fed beef. Yeah.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Quebec.
With just a few minutes left. 4 minutes left. Thank
Yeah.
you. The minister mentioned it in his opening statements that he and the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries took a trip to Dubai, to the Gulf Food. I would like to hear more about it. I think it's important that our ministers are traveling with our producers, but I would like to know if there are any big announcements coming out of it, or how'd it go?
I recognize the honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So our the Gulf Coast countries represent new and emerging markets for our Nova Scotia agri-food products. United Arab Emirates, Dubai has a population of around 10 million and aggressive plans for growth in tourism, in tourism and economic diversification. Aim to attract more than 40 million tourists by 2030 and increase airport passenger traffic from 96 million to 250 million. This means new hotels and restaurants are opening around the country and demand for sustainable quality food is growing. They import more than 85% of their food. We met with some of the biggest, well, I would say the biggest importers of food in this region during our time there into this new and emerging market. Incredible opportunity for our Nova Scotia companies. Three things that I personally highlighted on the agri-food side, our wild blueberries, our Honeycrisp apples, and our Nova Scotia balsam fir Christmas trees. We attended Gulf Food in Dubai, the biggest food show in the region, one of the biggest in the world. We had 5 Nova Scotia agri-food companies exhibiting there, and 2 more had their products on display. 4 Nova Scotia seafood companies were also there. More than 300,000 visitors to the show, 8,500 exhibitors from around the world. We met, as I mentioned, some of the biggest food importer, food services companies in the region, received valuable market information from our Trade Commissioner's office, and provided support for Nova Scotia companies on the ground through an in-market consultant. The final results for our business are still coming in, but report expected sales will be in the millions with potential for much more. I've heard my colleague, the Minister of Fisheries, say oftentimes when he goes on these missions that it's really the early stages, but getting the door open for our companies.
Order. The time allotted to the official opposition has expired, and now we turn to the Liberal Party, and I recognize the honourable member from Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate everyone's time this evening, and I am interested in export growth, and maybe we'll start there. So what kind of work has gone in over the last, I guess, nearly 5 years? You've been the minister. You mentioned the Dubai. Is this the first time that you've attended this kind of trade mission with your staff, and what kind of effort has gone in over the last number of years on really looking at export opportunities, and how has that impacted the growth in exports across different countries, particularly emerging sectors, so Asia, where we're seeing a few of the dips, and what is the plan to try to assess how we deal with those decreases and recover those markets?
I recognize the honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question, and welcome. So support from the Department of Agriculture, featuring 35 different Nova Scotia food and beverage companies, resulted in short-term sales of $5.4 million and long-term sales of $13.4 million. I mentioned in my opening nearly $500 million a value of international agriculture exports from Nova Scotia, $487 million in total. I can run through some of the missions that our Nova Scotia companies participated in the last year. FoodX in Japan in March resulted in estimated short-term sales of $154,000 and estimated long-term sales of $685,000. Food Hotel Asia in April resulted in $35,000 in estimated short-term sales and $335,000 in estimated long-term sales. Cial Canada, that I attended with the deputy and a staff member, created nearly $1.2 million in estimated short-term sales and $3.1 million in estimated long-term sales. CPMA, which was held shortly after, resulted in $3.5 million in estimated short-term sales and $7.6 million in long-term sales. Food Taipei in June, $400,000 in short-term sales and $900,000 in long-term sales. Canada Health Food Show in September was $314,000 in short-term sales and $1.28 million in long-term sales. And as I mentioned, our GCC mission just last month was $300,000 in estimated short-term sales and $1.7 million in estimated long-term sales. Certainly Cial comes to mind recently, along with Gulf Food. Also had a chance to take part in Cial in Paris and Rotterdam in 2024. We had Nova Scotia companies there. I think, as the Minister of Fisheries would note, our companies always appreciate having ministerial presence there to support them in opening up new markets. It certainly does help the cause. We often have conversations with trade commissioners. That's part of the trip. The delegation is to meet with trade commissioners, especially at these food shows like Seattle, where they come from all different countries. It's a chance to really sit down with them and have a chat about what their countries need and what Nova Scotia might be able to support. So I just close off by saying that a big help to our agri-food businesses in the coming months and years is the decision to combine our marketing teams with fisheries and aquaculture. We've seen the good work done by this minister, past ministers throughout the years in opening up new markets, and we in the department can certainly lean on that expertise as we try to find new markets for our agriculture and agri-food products. So, thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do think it's important to access, to actually physically go yourself. And I'm not definitely not criticizing the need to do that. I think that that's important. And what I want to try to figure out is, like, what kind of targets are we looking at over the next little while to diversify, either on a volume basis of exports or on a percentage, not just the immediate sales of the tens of thousands of dollars, but real numbers in terms of percentage increase. And, you know, I think there could be some positives with linking up with fisheries. I know the fisheries minister visited China for the first time in 4 or 5 years. There used to be significant focus on that market, that growing market, second largest market after the U.S. for that product. Have you visited China yourself to really focus on bringing back that market that nationally is now seen also as a priority, given that it has been decreased in exports by over 20%? So just wondering if that's part of the focus, and if there's any kind of targets to try to actually drive export growth.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I go back to standing up our new combined marketing unit. They are undergoing a strategic review of their work, so targets will be a part of that upcoming work. Again, as I mentioned, a colleague at Fisheries often says our role is to kind of step in there, have those initial meetings, and open up the doors. And then it's really up to our companies to decide if that's a market they want to go to, if it's something they want to endeavor. We certainly wouldn't advantage one company over another, but it's just about opening the door for all of our companies who may or may not want to go into those markets. So I know the member certainly appreciates the work that goes into this from his many years in government. But that's the way I guess I see the role. China is definitely a focus. I have not been there. Would be happy to go at some point and again find out what opportunities might be there for our Nova Scotia companies and help them access that market. But not something that has been done yet. But would love to have the opportunity. And talk about diversifying our market and our exports. Our share of international exports going to the U.S. has shrunk from 64% in 2023 to 57% in 2024, down to 51% in 2025. So the work of our teams and our companies is certainly bearing fruit as we see that dependence on the U.S. go down. And a large part of that is again, the work of the teams and the department of trying to find these new markets for our producers.
Recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, and I agree there can be some synergies, but it is up to the Department of Agriculture to actually assess how we can position our competitive advantage and strategically looking at which regions we can maximize the ag products, whether that's, you mentioned, focus on blueberries and apples and balsam fir at one show. But I'm trying to figure out if it's looking at the shows that are actually coming up and then just following industry there, or if there's a strategic plan to map out where the focus should be. And I think an important piece of this is collaboration with the federal government. So Agri-Food Canada and branding our product. People want Canadian product across the globe. And the difference between an apple here and in another province is not that significantly different as a northern climate. And I think we can work very close with the federal government to brand our product. So just interested very much in how that work is going along with Canada.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would say that currently we have a strong band right now. I know when we go into new countries, new markets, they certainly already have an idea of what we're doing. So we just want to expand on that. We do currently partner with the federal government on a lot of this work, whether it's through the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, ACOA, or AAFC. We had a lot of support from AAFC in Dubai with Trade Commissioner Tony Finch, who was very helpful in opening some doors for us and giving us some valuable market insight. I talk about the $4 million as well that is going into marketing over the next 3 years. Again, that will help shape where we go from here. And as you know, as we grow new businesses. So one other thing I'd highlight, and I meant to a few times, but we are doing a webinar with interested companies after in the coming weeks to so they can learn more about the most recent mission and find out if there is opportunities there for them. But again, as part of combining the marketing divisions, we'll be sort of setting a calendar and looking at what opportunities are there, both for us and for our companies that might want to participate.
I recognize the MLA from Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Specific to a valuable export crop, wild blueberries is generating $120 million in annual exports, and it is one of the many crops that have been impacted significantly over one of our worst growing seasons with 50% reduction due to drought. So I'm just wondering how the government is addressing concerns that have been expressed by organizations like the Wild Blueberry Producers Association of Nova Scotia, specifically how we're going to be able to support with strategies to increase blueberry exports this fiscal year.
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just ask the member to clarify if he's referring to drought specifically or export or both? Both? Okay. Good.
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. I'll just highlight some of the work that's been done. Our season extension program at Horticulture Nova Scotia, $2.2 million for irrigation equipment that supported fruit and vegetable growers under this program in 2025. Our on-farm water management program increased from $250,000 to $1.8 million in 2025 to fund wells, ponds, and other water supply projects. The big one in terms of support for wild blueberries and really any industry is our business risk management programs. We had a record-setting $14 million in crop insurance claims paid out in 2025. And over $10 million expected in agri-stability payments related to drought. We have an agri-recovery application in with the federal government for extraordinary costs. I just recently had a chance to travel to Parsboro with the member for Cumberland South and meet with a group of blueberry growers there to hear some of their concerns and how we can help moving forward. In terms of the export side, again, our $4 million over 3 years for our combined marketing team will do great work for sure. And as I mentioned, our brand is strong. Nova Scotia Wild Blueberries, that's one thing we really talked about a lot in Dubai and Saudi Arabia. And with one of these large import companies, I talked about the health benefits of our wild blueberries and our wild blueberry juice and those types of products. And one of the people on the other side of the table in that meeting took me aside after. He said, "Can you tell me a little bit more?" Like he was very interested in the health benefits of this premium product that we have. So again, a lot of work to do. We certainly felt the impact of the drought as a minister, as department representatives of government, as people. Like this was a very hard year, and we certainly did our best to support where we could. I ran through a number of items in my opening remarks about town hall meetings, our ag rep support, again our BRM programs, all those things. We collaboration with the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture. We'll always do what we can to help, and certainly acknowledge what a difficult season it was for our growers.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you. And as you go through those numbers that were required to respond, I wonder how the budgeting process went at Treasury Board to secure the funding in anticipation for potential tumultuous year, for either its drought or significant flooding and other climate externalities that are becoming pretty well annual basis with different events that could wipe out crops and significantly impact yields. So to try to prevent the kind of things that we've seen in past years and over budget spending and requests for more, was there a conservative approach to ask for around the same allotment this year for these insurance type programs?
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our business risk management programs, as I mentioned, are cost shared with the federal government, 30% producer, 30% province, and 40% feds. So these are I guess, baked in numbers, I'd say. But we do have to be nimble when these things happen. So we had an additional appropriation of $3 million this year as the impact of the drought was not known. We are confident in our budget for agri-stability and agri-invest for next year. We have to wait to see if the feds approve an agri-recovery application that we have in. Blueberries will be a part of that for extraordinary costs. And we also provided $100,000 for the Wild Blueberry Producers Association of Nova Scotia to help offset the cost of those premiums to get more people enrolled in these programs, because as I mentioned by the numbers, they are helping, they are working for some of our farmers. So, but I would agree with the member, the number of events that we've had just in my time in this role, from a once-in-a-lifetime hurricane in 2022 to the polar vortex to wildfires to floods to an incredibly rainy season in 2023 to the complete opposite in 2025 when we couldn't get any rain. So yes, these things are becoming more prevalent. We do work through our colleagues at Environment and Climate Change and Efficiency Nova Scotia to make farms more climate resilient, and we'll continue that work going forward. And we'll always work with industry to learn what they feel they need and how we can support them in that. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to ask about an important program relative to our relatively short seasons for growth. So the seasonal extension enhancement program supported a lot of different farms to be able to use technology. I'm also, as almost a side, interested in how AI is factoring into how you're going to help with technology and support for our growers. So what's this program looking like this year? There was an additional $7 million put into the extension enhancement program. In this year's budget, what do we have for this really important program to help our fruit and vegetable growers?
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the program that the member is referring to is run by our partners at Horticulture Nova Scotia. We announced a $7 million extension in 2025. We were at Webster's Farm in Cambridge, where money from the previous iteration of the program helped them expand their berry operation. So very nice to see some actual tangible results from the work that's being done. It is so important, as the member said. That $7 million extension runs until March of 2028, so essentially another 2 years. Another round of applications came in last fall, so we'll continue working through that program, through that funding. Other programs, I've talked a few times about SASE, Seafood and Agriculture Strategic Investment Fund, $2.5 million for agriculture, SCAP Technology Adoption Program, more than $1 million committed for 25-26. The Ag Clean Tech Program at $1.25 million. These things allow farms to incorporate AI into their operations. So it's not really us prescribing what they need to do, but if a farm has an idea, they can certainly apply to these programs.
I recognize the member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that answer. So I want to get into perhaps some of the more difficult decisions that the department was looking at in preparation for the budget. And I note that you mentioned that you had to look at areas where you're stepping back. So those areas that you're referencing, I assume, are the ones that you spoke about with my colleagues. So animal welfare, moving to SPCA, taking on those responsibilities, and it sounds like they are going to be made whole by being able to undertake those initiatives with an increase in their annual grant. And do I understand correctly that Perennia is taking on the work from the agriculture lab staff that were laid off, and maybe explain how that is going to work with Perennia in terms of how they're going to, are they going to be made to absorb any costs, is really what I'm trying to get at with that shift. And if you could just speak to me about Perennia's overall grant, what they're receiving this budget compared to last budget.
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So effective April 1st, tests for soil, water, feed, manure, and plant tissue carried out in the Harlow building on the Dalhousie Agricultural Campus in Bible Hill will be delivered by Perennia. The transition will be seamless to clients. The lab will continue to operate at Harlow under Perennia management, sending $1.5 million in operating funds, and Perennia will also realize $500,000 in revenue by providing this service. So clients can continue to drop off samples at the Harlow building directly or at other regional offices. Registered farms continue to receive the 50% discount on lab fees. Perennia is well positioned to continue improving lab services through efficiencies. Currently, we have two different groups providing the same service to industry. It's just not efficient, so we want to realize efficiency by combining the two while making no impact to frontline service, maintaining that same level of service to industry that they already have, continue to drop it off at the same locations, 50% discount on lab fees, as I mentioned. Perennia has the flexibility to combine their lab services with other services that they can offer to the agri-food sector, including agricultural specialists, food safety services, and applied research. Does not affect service at the Animal Health and Pathology Lab. Animal health testing will continue to be delivered by the department at Hancock Building. And again, I just want to stress, like, no impact on our frontline services industry. We want to become more efficient.
I recognize the member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And efficient usually means there's cost savings. Effective means that it's going to be better delivered, or at least the same. So how much money is the department saving from laying off these individuals, and how does that compare with the 1.5 million being transferred to Perennia? I'm making an assumption here that if the minister's seeing efficiency, that there is a cost savings to the department, so maybe that can be articulated.
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the labs were operating at a cost pressure. So by combining, we'll remove that cost pressure. The $500K in revenue that is expected to be brought in previously under the department, it would go back into general government revenue. So now that stays with Perennia. They can use that money to upgrade their labs, to expand service, whatever they choose. In terms of the cost savings as a result of the jobs, Perennia does have the opportunity, and we believe likely will hire some of those staff. But it's too early to tell what that cost-saving number will be until they make those decisions and finalize their staffing. And, those numbers will come more into future years.
I recognize the member for Timberlea Prospect.
Okay. Is Perennia implicated financially with the other cost reductions for grant program spending that is included in the government's mitigations to try to save funds for this fiscal year.
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to clarify that these changes to the labs take effect May 1st, not April 1st. I did mention that, but it's in terms of what Perennia is looking at in terms of a reduction, there's $600,000 from their operating and a 3% reduction, so as well, around $300K, so a total of $900,000. But again, we will be working with Perennia to make sure there's no impact to frontline services. They do have an opportunity through the labs, through that revenue, through wages and increases and other sources of revenue to collect and make good on some of that loss.
I recognize the member for Timberlea Prospect.
So just to clarify, the minister is saying there is a reduction in funding to Perennia of $900,000, but it's his contention there will not be any impact to services that they provide. Plus, you're downloading the research from agriculture on soil, on water, on feed, and a whole bunch of things. But it's the minister's contention that they'll be able to do more with less.
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, their operating grant has been reduced, but as I mentioned, through wage increases, through the labs, through other services that they provide, we believe that they will make good on this, and we'll continue to work closely with them to make sure that there is no impact on frontline services that they provide to industry.
I recognize the member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and that will be an interesting outcome if they're able to do that. But so this is this year, 3% reduction. Perennia would be expected over the next 3 years to lower that by another 3%, 3%, 3%. Because this is an annual target, right? So as one of the agencies, are you looking at a 9% reduction further to these $900,000 of cuts within the so-called management administration that won't impact services?
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the 3% is for this year. We'll certainly reevaluate as we go along, but and focus on those broader government targets. But the 3% is for this year.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have a budget that is proposing further 3% cuts over the next 3 years to groups like Perennia. I could just imagine when they're hiring for positions, knowing that there's precarious budgeting for future years, how hard that's going to be to not only hire but retain, like all nonprofit groups are struggling with. But what's the department planning for their civil service reductions in future years? So you have a 5% reduction this year that's achieved by moving things around, it seems like, with some of the departmental restructuring. But what's the plan to further cut your own staff by that 15%?
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the 18 positions that we talked about short term set us up for the next several years. We will we'll continue to look at ways we can manage our numbers through attrition, retirements over the next number of years. But what we've done this year puts us in a good position going forward.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just see a bit of a pattern I want to mention in looking at the researchers being removed from the department. I just want maybe some clarity that the department is no longer going to be in the game of research, which checks with the DNR changes and not having, wildlife management, working on habitat, migratory birds, water, and all that stuff anymore. So I just want to make sure that I'm learning that the researchers are moving out of agriculture. I don't want to overstate it. Perennia supposedly is going to be able to do that with less funding, but I just want to make sure that that's the intent of the government to not be as involved in research internally.
I recognize the Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We aren't removing researchers from the department. Don't want to assume, but perhaps the member is referring to the lab technicians to carry out lab testing only. We don't do research. That'd be through DAL-AC, for example, but the lab technicians just carry out the testing. They're not actually researchers.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. Lab testing is how you do research for soils and all the rest. I do want to actually ask about the beef production funding. So there was 1.5 million committed, 750,000 for each of those programs that also administered by Perennia. And so we have how many producers, how many licensed beef producers do we have in the province to apply for that 750,000 to support equipment upgrades?
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had 360 licensed beef producers in 2025.
I recognize the member for Timberlea Prospect.
So how does the minister believe that that's the right appropriate number, 750,000, for so many hundreds and hundreds of beef producers? Was there a certain amount of them that you believe are in a position to be able to scale up to that magnitude? And what, you know, if that is overprescribed, would that fund just grow? Is that fully, is there a guardrail on that fund? Or can those 360 beef producers conceivably all attain funding to scale up for something that's really important to their sector?
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I believe the member mentioned it, that not all of the 360 beef producers in the province would want to access this funding. It's for beef processing and beef finishing. So we have a wide variety of scale of beef in this province. Some may have 10 head, some may have hundreds. So we really want to target those who want to grow. At the end of the program, we will reevaluate its success, its applications. The guidelines and numbers would have been developed with the Nova Scotia cattle producers and our beef steering committee. We rely heavily on input from industry for these things, and they felt that this was a good place to start. We can look at where we go from here, but certainly from my conversations on farms, not everybody wants to be in processing. They're happy where they're at, and that's fine. We'll support them where we can, but we also want to target those who want to grow and expand and increase capacity, processing capacity in this province, because it's a major focus of not just us, but the Federation of Agriculture as well.
I recognize the member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's a good program. I just think it will require significantly more funding. Last summer, the province announced $4.7 million to fund Nova Scotia Seafood and Agriculture Strategic Investment Fund. It's another area that I think needs more attention, more funding for large-scale projects to boost productivity in those sectors. And just wondering if, especially with this project running until January of this year, within this budget year, 2027, I should say January, how many separate projects were supported by this program that was announced last summer?
I'd like to recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the recipients of the SASE funding haven't been announced yet. We're still going through the applications, but expect to have news in the coming weeks on the successful applicants. $4.7 million in total. We received good uptake in terms of applications, and we continue to go through that. And again, hope to have some news to share in the coming weeks very soon. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And last year also there was the local supplier food safety pilot program to help food producers meet safety requirements. And this is something that covered 100% of training costs, 70% of additional food safety costs, up to $20,000 per company. Based on the estimate of $1.5 million in funding for the program over 2 years, that means 75 producers could receive maximum support. How many food producers applied for this funding and how many received it?
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that program was run through Growth and Development, so we don't have that number, but would invite him to ask my colleague. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In December, the province announced the program for accessing agriculture land as a land leasing option, another good program. How much revenue has the province received so far from that? I know it wasn't that long ago, but how much revenue does the province maybe expect to receive from the program, might be a better one, throughout the duration? And anything else you can share on uptake in terms of applications the province received since the program was announced?
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members, right, it's just a recent announcement. No revenue to date as applications just opened last month. We don't anticipate any revenue. It's a break even through the Nova Scotia Farm Loan Board through its lending budget. We have one full application in and a number in progress. The Farm Loan Board can be an economic driver to the province, but it's really about helping industry. And I know this program in particular is something that the Federation has been calling for a long time. We've seen media reports that industry is quite happy with it. You know, we'll go through it as applications come in, but very excited to be able to launch this program. Just very recently, it was very well received at the Federation level, and we'll continue to wait for those applications to roll in, but it's the function of the program is really to preserve agricultural land in the province and to help reduce some of those barriers for entrants that are coming in. That's one of the biggest things I hear is how do we get more land? So this is one significant step to doing that.
I'd just like to note that the time remaining will expire soon. You have about 6 minutes left. And I'd like to recognize the member for Timberlea Prospect.
Appreciate that, Madam Chair, and I'll just finish up on that note. I think it's so we've had a significant reduction in farms in the province, and I know that's one thing we can do to preserve land. But we know the public numbers, at least, have fell from 4,000 in 2001 to 2,741 in just 20 years, 2021. I can't blame you for that one, Minister. That's when you started. But what is the measures moving forward in terms of reversing that long-term trend that we're seeing that really speaks to the sustainability of the sector? So I think that's just where I want to end in terms of what the department is doing to assess the whole thing around 1,300 farms being lost in 2 decades. Is there an analysis to really dive deep into that? And what are the projections in terms of looking at like 5 years from now in a long-term plan for retention and for growth? And I'll just end there. And I really appreciate the time for you this evening.
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for his questions. The numbers that he's referring to is census data. So we know the number of farms has decreased. There's a number of reasons for that. Some farms have consolidated and combined operations. We know there's a growing competition for valuable, high productive farmland in Nova Scotia. So to keep valuable agricultural land in production, just spoke extensively about the program for accessing agricultural land, PAL. The Nova Scotia Farm Loan Board providing incentives to purchase or lease land through this new program. 3 years, $5 million pilot program to support emerging producers to grow their operations through low barrier options. Staff in the department are also working on a framework for a new agricultural land inventory. This will provide crucial data on the type of farmland that is in production in Nova Scotia. My ministerial assistant, MLA Bowlby, is really leading that charge. Certainly appreciate his work on that file. We're also exploring various options for helping industry create a greater number of agricultural easements, because we know the importance of permanently protecting agricultural land. Together with the Federation of Agriculture, we're helping farmers and farming families navigate succession planning to keep agricultural land in use once someone is done farming, and then maybe their children don't necessarily want to take over the operation. We'll continue to work with our colleagues across government to support access to provincially owned Crown land for agriculture whenever possible, and agriculture reviews municipal land use plans for alignment with the agriculture statement of provincial interest to ensure agriculture use is being considered. A lot of work has been done in this space, Madam Chair. Certainly a lot more to done, and we're committed to doing that work. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our questions, and I invite the minister to make closing remarks.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have much in terms of prepared closing remarks, maybe 30 to 45 more minutes, but I will just like to thank the members for their questions and the discussion. And I'll just go right into the resolution. Madam Chair, be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $48,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Agriculture pursuant to the estimate.
Shall the resolution stand? Okay, the resolution is stood. This will conclude our time. Thank you very much. We will now recess for 5 minutes, and we will be back at 6:23. Okay, order please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 6:25 p.m. The subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Community, Culture, Tourism and Heritage as outlined in Resolution E3. Resolve that a sum not exceeding, So E3, resolved that a sum not exceeding $162,785,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Community, Culture, Tourism and Heritage pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite the Minister of Community, Culture, Tourism and Heritage to make opening comments up to an hour, and if they wish, to introduce their staff to the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to outline the work of the Department of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage and our priorities for the year ahead. Joining me today are Deputy Minister Christopher Shore and Louise Comeau, Director of Financial Advisory Services. Our department touches daily life in every part of Nova Scotia. We invest in the places people gather. We support the sports kids play and the arts that tell us the stories. We grow our economy through tourism and film, and we protect the heritage that shapes who we are. At its core, our work is about building strong, healthy communities right across this province. Communities need spaces where people can come together to celebrate, to play, to volunteer, and to learn. That's why we invest in facilities that make a real difference in communities across Nova Scotia. This year, we're investing $5 million in a new Victoria Highland Civic Centre in Bedeque, replacing a facility that had to close because of structural issues. The new centre will once again provide a home for Bedeque and Area Minor Hockey Association, host community events like the Cabot Trail Relay Banquet, and support dances, fundraisers, and youth programs. We also help communities maintain and upgrade the spaces they already rely on. Through our various programs, we support practical, community-led upgrades from repairing roofs to improving cultural centers and our local legions. These investments keep valued spaces open, safe, and welcoming. Together, these projects strengthen recreation, healthy living, tourism, and local economic activity. But buildings are only part of the picture. What happens inside them matters just as much. Sport and recreation strengthen physical and mental health. They build confidence, teamwork, and resilience. And they give young people a strong sense of belonging. That's why youth sport remains a key priority. We're working to make participation more affordable, more inclusive, and safer for young athletes right across the province. Programs like Kids Sport Nova Scotia help families cover costs and equipment costs so financial barriers don't keep children on the sidelines. We also continue to promote safe sport environments and expand opportunities for girls and underrepresented groups. When it comes to sport, our focus is simple: reduce barriers, expand access, and support healthy and active communities. Strong communities also rely on creativity and culture, on the stories that connect us and the industries that help drive our economy. We continue to support artists, cultural organizations, and heritage institutions across the province. Our museums protect and interpret Nova Scotia's stories. Cultural organizations animate main streets and community halls. Artists bring innovation and creativity to communities large and small. These sectors strengthen identity and community pride, and they generate economic activity in both urban and rural areas. Film and television production is a standout example. Nova Scotia is now a sought-after destination for producers, thanks to competitive incentives and skilled crews and distinctive landscapes. Productions such as Sullivan's Crossing and Washington Black have showcased our province to international audiences while supporting local jobs. And on set and across hospitality and transportation and other sectors. Last year, we supported 117 film and television productions, generating $240 million in local spending. We will continue to grow this industry in a way that delivers strong economic returns while remaining sustainable. Another one of Nova Scotia's key economic drivers is our tourism industry. Last year, tourism generated $3.7 billion in economic activity, an 8% increase year over year. Through Tourism Nova Scotia, we promote the province as a year-round destination. Our campaigns are targeted to reach travelers most likely to visit and encourage exploration beyond peak seasons. A recent return on investment study found that every dollar we invest in advertising in Ontario and the northeastern U.S. generates $39 in tourism spending here at home. Last fall, we released a new tourism sector strategic plan, developed in partnership with the Tourism Industry Association of Nova Scotia and industry leaders. The plan sets out a 5-year vision for sustainable year-round growth and strengthens Nova Scotia's position as a world-class destination. Air access is another important piece of the puzzle. Increased direct flights last year brought more visitors to our province, and additional international routes are launching this year. And that's why we are investing $2.9 million over the next 3 years to improve regional air access across the Maritimes. Strong connections support our economy, and we will continue to work with partners to keep Nova Scotia well connected to the world. While strong tourism, marketing, and air access set the stage, major events bring the stage to life. So, through the Nova Scotia event strategy, we attract and support events that reflect our strengths and deliver measurable economic and social benefits. Events like the East Coast Music Awards in Sydney and Sail GP in Halifax will draw visitors, showcase our province to the global audiences, and generate significant activity for businesses. We're also proud to support the Celtic Colours, an international festival in Cape Breton, which generated more than $18 million in economic activity in Nova Scotia last year. Events like these create immediate economic impact and build long-term capacity and experience within our communities. Madam Chair, our department's mandate is broad, but our purpose is clear. We invest in community spaces, we support youth sport and active living, we strengthen arts, culture, and heritage, we grow tourism and film. All of it contributes to strong communities and a growing economy. So I want to thank the dedicated staff of Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage for their work supporting organizations, municipalities, Mi'kmaq communities, volunteers, and businesses right across this province. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. According to the practice that has developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses take turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour each. During a caucus's turn, the members within a caucus may take turns examining the minister on the estimate resolution. Only the minister may answer questions. Caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member. To begin the examination, I now recognize the official opposition. And I would just like to recognize the member from Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the minister and to the staff who are here. I'll start on a personal note to the deputy minister. I've just received word, because I'm connected to the arts community, that the Perform program will be completely cut, and the Artists in Schools program will be completely cut, and the Artists and Communities program will be completely cut. And when the minister was at Theatre Nova Scotia as the executive director, I was the chair of the board, and he and I worked, the deputy minister, excuse me, he and I worked very hard to get those programs expanded, because we understood, and I know he still does, the massive benefit that Artists in Schools programs create. So I feel a little emotional all of a sudden. I've been like, I know this was all coming, and but here we are. And I just want to make a few comments about the minister's opening before I go into my questions. First thing I want to say is that, you know, all of the things that the minister has mentioned, he mentioned the Cabot, he mentioned the new facility in Bedeck, so where the Cabot Trail Relay will have its, you know, celebration dinner. He mentioned stories that connect us. He mentioned that we are now a destination, or we have been for a long time, but we are now a more robust destination for film producers. He mentioned the Celtic colors. All of these things, the success of all of that, the film industry, Celtic Colors, which generates $18 million of investment every year, or economic spin-off, the Cabot Trail Relay, you know, all of those things that you've mentioned, they can't happen, or they won't happen. They won't be successful. They won't continue to be successful if we cut the Artists in Schools program. They are intricately related. They are so related that we can't even see. But the kids who have a writer come into their classroom, or an actor come in, or a singing teacher come in, those are the kids that are changed in some fundamental way, and they grow up, maybe not to be a professional artist, but they grow up to appreciate arts and culture. They grow up to work as a graphic designer for some big corporation. They are creative. Their minds are helped to be creative. They are put on a path of creativity. And so when we cut those programs, we are fundamentally changing the course of our province for the future. And I will say all kinds of stuff and ask all kinds of questions about this, but I will continue on and try to implore the minister and the Treasury Board and the Premier to reverse these cuts, because it's not too late. We haven't passed the budget yet. So, and I will say one more thing about the film industry. So a couple of years ago, you will remember, you weren't elected yet, Minister, but when the Liberals cut the film tax credit and the streets filled up with protesters, I was there, it was before I was elected. One of the things that I went to law amendments and I spoke about the Financial Measures Act that year, and I was part of the push to make those changes, to reverse those changes. One of the things that I spoke about a lot, because I wasn't really a film actor, I did a little bit of film and television, but mostly a theater actor, is that if the film industry was decimated, which it did become for a time, that lots of people would move away, which they did, and it would directly impact those of us who were still working in theater and other performing arts or live arts. And you know, because like the people who knew how to do whatever skill, they would go to Toronto and that would be that. We wouldn't be able to find them, blah, blah, blah. There's a connection between the two communities, even though the performing arts was not being affected at the time. It's the same thing now. We have your government has put in millions of dollars into our film industry to bring it back to what it was. The premier, when he was running for leader of your party, he galvanized artists and film people, the film industry, and said, I will fix this. And he did in some ways, in many ways. And I support those investments totally. But now you've done the opposite. You've cut the artists in schools program. You're cutting the artists or the grants to individuals. You're cutting Arts Nova Scotia by whatever percent, 30% or whatever it's going to turn out to be. And those people are going to have to leave, and we're not going to have the base that we need for the film industry. I hate to be doomy and gloomy about this, but there's nothing good about the cuts in this budget. And I just want to implore you to, well, not even you, but really through you to the Premier, that it's a very short-sighted budget in this department, extremely short-sighted, and it's not going to be good for our province. So this is a budget of cuts, and the Department of Communities, Culture and Heritage, Tourism and Heritage got hit hard, as we all know. 30 jobs are being cut from this department. So can the minister tell Nova Scotians watching right now what these individuals used to do for the province before they lost their jobs?
I recognize the Minister for Community, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. Again, these are difficult decisions for individuals as well as their families. But 30 full-time employees, FTEs, VICs, numerator, BICs, and the museum staff, the three that we just closed.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, so they were working in the visitor information centers. And sorry, I missed the other thing that you said. Enumerators. Okay. The culture sector contributes nearly $1 billion to the Nova Scotia GDP and employs more than 12,700 people. This is good for our province, yet this budget is cutting funding for the creative economy by 43%. This includes completely eliminating the Publishers Assistance Program and a significant reduction of the Creative Industries Fund. Can the minister tell us how many Nova Scotians were supported by these programs in the last fiscal year?
I recognize the Minister for Community, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
I just need a little more clarity on that, what you meant by Nova Scotians, and how many, on your question, I guess.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
So in the Creative Industries Fund and the Publishers Assistance Fund, how many individuals were supported by those funds last year? I mean, directly, because obviously my previous comments have demonstrated that there's a spin-off effect.
I recognize the Minister for Community, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
On the creative industries, we will get back to you on that, all right? But on the publishers, it was 10 publishers, and they were for-profit organizations.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
So 10 for-profit publishers, but what I'd love to know is how many writers were published through that program. So you might have to get back to me on that too, but that's really what I'm talking about are the individuals who will no longer get their books published in Nova Scotia. Can the minister explain what analysis was done to support the decision to cut 43% the creative economy by 43%. So what was the analysis that made it make sense?
I recognize the Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Yep. Thank you to the member for the question, and thank you, Madam Chair. Again, these decisions were difficult to make, and we had looked at every aspect of our department thoroughly. And again, these, there's not one aspect of the department that was not touched. We had to reach a target of 14 million and reduce spending. But I do want to add that we will continue to invest $102 million in community this year.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
So Arts Nova Scotia is also facing a 31% cut. This organization facilitates several grants, awards, and resources for artists. This includes the complete elimination of the Artists and Communities program, as I mentioned before. This program supported organizations, groups, and individuals to develop and carry out community-based art projects. It brought joy and vibrancy to the communities all over the province. And I'll just say really quickly that I'm pretty sure that this amazing project that happened in Dartmouth North was funded by this last year. And it was a group of neighbors around a community garden that I had been a founding member of in Dartmouth North. And they built a giant harvest table in the middle of the garden where like 25 people could come and join and sit down to eat. And this was headed up by a visual artist, Erin Foster, and a number of her neighbors. And it was so wonderful to go to sort of the ribbon cutting of that harvest table, because it is what community is. People gathering together around a table, sharing the food from the garden. You could have birthday parties there. You could have you could do whatever you wanted at that table. It would be it is amazing, and it's massive and really cool. So I'm pretty sure it was funded by this program. So anyway, can the minister tell me how many projects like that have been funded or were funded last year? And can the minister provide any other examples of those projects? You're not allowed to use mine.
I recognize the Minister for Community, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member once again for her for her question. again, these decisions don't come lightly. So we had to reduce spending, and what we're trying to do is bringing it back to the core and the core activities. I can use a local theater in my riding and in the Marigold Center. I do buy tickets. I do support the Marigold Center as a citizen, as well as we have as a government. And I attend shows there, and my daughters have participated in summer youth classes and programs, which were very beneficial to them for sure, and where they are at today. But to provide you with a list of programs, we don't have that list and how many projects, but we will get that to you.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Minister. Listen, I know that these are not, this was not an easy thing to do. I am curious, though, as to why your department had to take the brunt of the cuts in this budget. Like, I hear the need for trimming. I understood that every department was being asked to look at 10% cuts, but the cuts to your department are way more percentage-wise than anyone else. And in fact, they have, I think, a much deeper impact on the province. Now, speaking of the Marigold Arts Centre, I have performed on that stage. They have, 2 hours ago, they posted on Facebook an important update. We are deeply disappointed to share that the Government of Nova Scotia's budget 2026-27 includes a 20% reduction in provincial funding for the Cobequid Arts Council and the Marigold Cultural Centre. While the province cites a need for fiscal management, we believe that investing in the arts is essential, not discretionary. Culture is the heartbeat of Colchester. It drives our local economy, supports our arts, and provides a living room for community to gather, learn, and be inspired. A 20% cut creates significant challenges. It puts pressure on our ability to keep programming accessible and maintain the high-quality experiences you've come to expect at the Marigold. It's difficult to build a vibrant province while reducing the very support that keeps community hubs like ours thriving. So, in your own community, Minister, and these kinds of things are popping up all over the place on social media. I got another one about a museum. I know that I've heard from a number of people already. Cabot Trail Writers Festival has contacted me saying that, or someone from their organization saying, like, I don't know how we're going to survive. I hope that these questions that I'm asking, though, like the lists of, I mean, I know they're available, so I know you can get them eventually, so I look forward to receiving those, I should say that. And the Arts Nova Scotia decrease also means that funding for the Art Bank investments has been eliminated. The Art Bank has been investing in the work of local artists to make art more accessible to Nova Scotians since 1975. Can the minister tell Nova Scotians what the elimination of Art Bank investments will mean?
I recognize the Minister for Community, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
So I'll, thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me, I will bring up you had a question for me earlier, and it was around the creative industries in the application. 153 applicants. Okay.
And they were funded?
And they were funded, yes. Projects, sorry. Yeah. The Art Bank investments specifically was 40K. Supported the visual arts. Obviously, we will not be acquiring any more art purchases, but we will be supporting the visual artists through other programs.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Well, that's a real shame. Because I know that the many visual artists, highly talented visual artists that go to school in ASCAD and then make a home here in Nova Scotia, they rely on those sales. We're surrounded by art right now, and it's all from the Art Bank. Our caucus office, until we moved, we had amazing art. And not only did you feel, like when you looked at it, when I looked at it, it wasn't just that I, felt good about the fact that some artists sold some pieces, but literally I enjoyed looking at the art every day, even though I looked at the same pieces. I look at that painting over there, and it reminds me of a place in Canning. I don't think it's in Canning, but it reminds me of a place in Canning, and I think about that and think about my time spent in Canning every time I sit in this committee room. So funding for the Artists in Schools program has also been eliminated, as we talked about. This program supported schools in offering art-enriched learning experiences in classrooms across Nova Scotia. Did the department work with the Department of Education and schools, individual schools or RCEs, to understand the outcomes that this funding was producing before eliminating the funding? Can the minister table the analysis that was done on this program that led to the funding being eliminated?
I recognize the Minister for Community, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. Artists in School, many programs within the department had to be cut to reach our target of $14 million. And you talked about the large cuts in our department, CCTH. We also hold a large portion of discretionary funding in our department. They were definitely difficult decisions for ones to keep and ones that had to go. Last year, we put back into community $116 million, and this year it'll be over $102 million back into community.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Yeah, I understand the need to continue saying that. And nonetheless, we are talking about massive cuts. I guess again, like I would say, and this is what really gets me when I travel the province and, have meetings with people all over the province, is that I don't believe that this is discretionary money. I believe that the grants that are given out in this department, including the sports grants and the like fitness programs and the walking clubs, I think they're life-saving grants. I don't think they're discretionary. I make a joke, and I've probably joked about this with you, Minister, before, that I want to be the Minister of Culture, that I'm coming after your job when my party becomes in the government. And people, like, no offense, but because I take offense to it too. People go, "Oh, you don't want that job. You don't want it." That's a low-level junior minister job. And I push back at that, and I say, no, it's not. In fact, that department is one of the most important departments that the government runs. Because these grants are actually life-changing. They're not discretionary. I've visited parent resource centers. I've visited libraries this year. I've visited museums this year. Of course, I visited arts organizations. I visited, I went to the African Nova Scotia Heritage Month Gala down in Cape Breton. All of these organizations, they're doing the work that keeps our province and the people of our province afloat. Maybe not financially, but socially, mentally, physically healthy. They're not discretionary funds. So I've still I'm not taking exception to your comments, Minister, but I hope that someone else is watching. Okay. So I just want to clarify about the budget line on the film and television, because I think I know what it is. But I just want to clarify this. So far in the current fiscal year, the department has spent $68 million on the Nova Scotia Film and TV Production Incentive Fund. Yet the department has budgeted almost half of that amount for next year. So why is the department budgeting half the amount?
I recognize the Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for her question. You are correct, it was $68 million last year, but our budget for 26-27 is $39 million. We do have the opportunities at times to go back into Treasury Board and ask for additional funds to, especially when there's large opportunity for investment in the film, but also from an economic perspective. So we have those opportunities to do that. So we would have to go back in to get that additional funding should that arise. But we want to keep the door open for opportunities in the film. And because it's growing, and like I said, this year we support 117 productions, generated more than $240 million in spending across, which generated more than $240 million, creating good jobs, supporting local businesses. We'll continue to invest in areas that will grow the economy. And just a few examples that you're well aware of too, is I'm sure, is the production of We Are Liars. You know, the Nova Scotia filming days and locations, 86 days in total, 57 in Lunenburg, Indian Harbor, Seabright, Hubbards, Riverport, and Oakfield. The film fund investment at that time for that production was $15.6 million. The return, $51.6 million. The Institute, 80 days, 48 in Windsor, Myers Grant, and Enfield, $7.8 million in the film fund investment with a $26.6 million return. And Sullivan's Crossing, 76 days, 60 in Mount Uniacke and Hubbards, the film fund investment of 5.7. The total Nova Scotia spend is 17.9 million. And then The Curse of Oak Island, season 12, 105 days, 100 in Martins River, 2.7 million. In total, Nova Scotia spend was 9 million. So those opportunities don't always come around, and we will continue to look and review those opportunities as they come forward. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to push back on this a little bit because, I understand that economic benefit. So I have two points that I just want to say. Number one is, have you done an analysis on that same kind of economic spin-off and benefit of the non-film industry, creative industries, because that also exists. And so it's sexy and awesome to support the film industry, and I get it. It's fun. Communities are excited by it when a movie rolls into town. There's stars around and all of that stuff. And the economic benefit is real. But there is an economic benefit for the non-film and television creative industries too. And I wish that you could rattle off those numbers the way you can rattle off the film numbers, because they exist too. The Celtic Colors is a good example. $18 million. Well, those artists that play at Celtic Colors, they're not all from here, but a large chunk of them are, and they took music in schools. They learned to dance at the local dance school that now doesn't have any funding. Not that dance schools generally have funding, but you know what I mean. So in any case, that's one thing. But the second thing that I want to say about this is that every year we see that basically there's an amount budgeted, and then the actual is like at least double the amount that was budgeted. So after 5 years of this, couldn't we just acknowledge that we should budget more, and then we could spend less outside of the budgeted amounts, and maybe curb some of the out-of-budget spending that we in the NDP are so critical, as is the Auditor General of this government? Like, we can just say, like, we generate this much film, and like, yes, like, let's put the budget to 68 million or whatever it is, and then, you know, if you need to spend a little more. So I understand the concept of not saying no to opportunities. I agree with that. I think it's important, but let's call it what it is and budget properly. Thoughts on that?
I recognize the Minister for Community, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again for the question. The process is not as predictable as you think. When big productions come to us, we can't just wait and react. We have to be flexible and nimble. And to answer your question around guidelines and structure, we are currently reviewing the guidelines and structure right now. But at this time, these big productions that come in, without hearing them out and closing the door on them, we want to look at those opportunities and continue to be flexible with the budget. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. So I noticed tonight that the Screenwriters Development Fund has been cut in half. This was something that was fought for many years after the Liberals wrecked the film industry with the getting rid of the tax credit. How will the Screenwriters Development Fund being cut in half, how will this impact the growth in our local film industry?
I recognize the Minister for Community, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we'll continue to invest in projects, new projects. A number of projects will be reduced, but to say we're not investing in new projects, it's not true. We will continue to invest. Not every film production starts at the screenwriters either. It could potentially come right directly to the film fund.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Yeah, no, I didn't say that there would be no investment. I said it would be cut in half. So presumably that means half of the projects that were funded before are going to get funded, which means that half of the projects aren't getting funding and will not see the light of day. I'm just saying, like, that's the logical sort of, if you take the cutting a program in half, that's the logical end, is that the Tara Thorns and the Taylor Olsons of the world and the Coombys of the world, they're going to get less, and the people, actually, they, knock on wood, might be fine, but the people coming, up and coming writers now are going to get less daylight for their work, and it's going to be much harder for them to actually see something produced, which also means that there'll be less new up-and-coming actors employed in the film industry. It's essential to our local industry to be able to develop our own people here. It is, the money that comes in from the Sullivan's Crossings and the institutes, that's all well and good, but it does not sustain our industry. It sustains the crew industry, the crews, because they can work, but it does not sustain the acting industry. And that's a good large part of our film and television industry. And the writers. Okay, I just want to pause on my written questions for a second, and I want to, I just want to like think about, just take a little virtual or a mental tour of the province for a minute and think about some of the arts organizations in the province. So I mentioned the Mayor Gold has already come out, against the cuts that they're being made. That's your riding, Minister. The Bedeck, or the Cabot Trail Writers Festival, that's sort of the member from Inverness and the member for Victoria of the Lakes, so it's still the name of the riding. We have a museum from the riding of the Minister of Labour over there, the Wool Museum down in Barrington, that is publicly denouncing these cuts. We have, I'm thinking about the Savoy Theatre in Glace Bay. I've heard from people in Cape Breton that maybe that's going to be in danger of not thriving, at least. The Highland Arts Theatre, Highland Arts, Parsborough, the Ships Company Theatre in Parsborough. Who's the MLA for Parsborough? The Minister MLA for, I can't remember, Cumberland South. There's the Ross Creek Centre for the Arts and Two Blanks and a Passion. That's the Minister of Finance's riding. There's Mermaid Theatre. I don't know if they've been affected, but that's the member for Hants West. I'm just wondering, like, cutting these, the impact on these organizations, whether or not they are direct cuts or not, but it sounds like a lot of them will have direct cuts. The impact on rural communities is massive. So I'm just wondering if when these cuts were looked at, were the MLAs for those areas consulted? Did they know that these cuts were coming? Or are they all going to be sitting, like, receiving emails into the late hours from constituents who are really upset that the funding is being cut from their communities? Were they consulted?
Okay, order. Just thank you. I recognize the Minister for Community, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. So on average, the operating funding has been 15% of their total budget, and 20% less of that 15%. We don't see we recognize there's an impact in that, but we don't see that moving forward, closing the doors. And I know they're hard decisions, and these are decisions that we've made, and they're tough ones. And again, it's and I guess I'll just leave it at that at this time.
I'd just like to note that you have 8 minutes left, and I'll recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Well, thank you very much. Now, running an arts organization is extremely difficult as it is. Like when the operating funding was increased a couple of years ago, it was just in time. And now we're getting, the cuts are coming back. So doors may not close, but jobs may be lost, programming will be affected, hours of operation will be affected, and people will continue to not really be able to scrape together a living. I think about the company that I'm affiliated with, the chair of the board of, and any cut to an operating grant for them will be devastating. And, we're just waiting to get the actual amount. It's devastating because these are shoestring budgets as it is. And artists have always, and arts organizations have always done way too much for the money they get. And they have, like, to their detriment, because now a 15% cut doesn't seem like that much, but it is devastating. But the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia's budget is being reduced by 19%. So how is this funding reduction going to translate on the ground? Do we know that yet? What can Nova Scotians expect to be different going forward at the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, or Madam Speaker, sorry, Chair. Madam Chair, sorry. The reduction is approximately 20%. Okay, very, very similar to other areas of the department. We will, first of all, continue to work with the Board of Directors and the Art Gallery itself to work with them within that cut.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, so I just take it from that we don't know yet really what the impact will be, but I would hope that the board will be consulted. I don't really want to sort of start I have 4 minutes left, is that right, Madam Chair? Yeah, I guess I don't want to start my new topic right now. And I think I've made my point to the minister, but I guess I will ask you, I guess I'll move on. So I want to move on to some food security questions. as I mentioned earlier, community grants, again, are not discretionary. The money, for instance, that the mobile food market gets or the North Grove gets for food security work, this is not discretionary money. This is life-saving money. The mobile food market has made a massive difference to the community of Dartmouth North, to the community of Fairview Clayton Park, to the community of North End Halifax. The ability to purchase low-cost, excellent quality produce and other things, bread, milk, eggs, not milk, eggs and bread, some spices. It's game-changing and life-changing. When people come to my office and they talk about, they don't know where their next meal is coming from, it is kind of incredible that I can say on Tuesday nights you can go to the mobile food market and get $30 worth of produce for $10, or $5 even. And on Fridays you can go over to the North Grove. So you've got two options in North Dartmouth to get low-cost food, and that's game-changing for the people that I serve in my community and my neighbors. One of the amazing programs that we have all witnessed, evolve is the Hope Blooms project in North End Halifax. So the funding for Hope Blooms is being cut in half. Last year, the organization served 11,000 meals to combat food insecurity. Can the minister tell us how this funding cut will impact the organization's ability to continue to keep their community fed?
Okay, order. It is now time for the Liberal caucus. I recognize the member from Timberley Prospect. You have 8 minutes.
Fantastic. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks to the staff for staying up late and assisting your minister. Thanks to the minister for your time answering some questions. So tough time for a lot of ministers, but you in particular have about 70 grants that are on the chopping block here, either cut or eliminated. I know my colleague went over the culture grants that have been impacted significantly, but I want to focus on my limited time right now on trails, because actually this has been a real recent conversation in my community, and the BLT Rails to Rails is part of that corridor where there's a number of trails organizations run by volunteer groups, and they have struggled to get by with the existing funding that they have. So I want to start by asking, what is the percentage cut to trails overall in your grants?
I recognize the Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. Less than 10% of funding is being reduced. Community Trails Leadership Fund is being eliminated. Trails Engineering Assistant Grant, staying this 24,000. Nova Scotia Trails Strategy, 135,000. Recreation Trail Expansion Program, 960,000. Trail Maintenance, 70,600. And OHV Committee Expenses, 8,000.
I recognize the member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the so-called core funding, I know there isn't a real extensive core funding for trail groups. That's one of the challenges that's been brought to me. But the one that they can count on annually is usually, I think, the trail maintenance grant. And correct me if I'm wrong, but that's based on a kilometer, based on the kilometers of trail that they apply for. And that's being cut by 20%, it looks like, from 88,000 and a cut of 18,000. So I think that's what you referenced as $70,000. So I think that's the one that, beyond the ones that trail organizations have to actually apply for. And like I noticed that there's other ones like Connect 2 that actually can connect trails together. It's also being wiped out. But the trail grant maintenance is the one that I think the BLT organization applies for and gets per kilometer allotment. So what was the reasoning around cutting that line item, given that it is such a, I think, a key part to it, even just making sure the sustainability of trails?
I recognize the Minister for Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again for the question. You're correct, based on the number of kilometers. Just want to reiterate, we're still supporting trails in general. The grant program, it's less than a 10% cut. We're still investing in trails and the creation of new trails, and we'll continue to work with those volunteer organizations that maintain our trails. We'll continue to work with them.
I recognize the member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want the Minister to understand the situation with a lot of these volunteer organizations. And the BLT Rails to Trails is the busiest, I believe, trail per traffic counts in the province. And it connects to St. Margaret's Bay trails and then into town through the Colta Trail corridor connection. They're coming to me as an MLA asking for more funding, which I imagine a lot of trail organizations are. These are volunteers that do work that they would argue government should be doing: project managing, hiring contractors, figuring out the traffic control, handling the public issues when then the trail closes. And there's a 20% cut in this fund that they count on per kilometers, which adds up to be about $5,700 a year. It's already peanuts compared to what they need to maintain a trail that is owned by the province. So DNR gives the letter of authority, but they don't provide the funding. It is the Department of Community Cultures and Heritage that provides the funding. So it's very difficult for me as a MLA to go back and try to work with this organization and try to work with them to try to get, you know, some kind of sustainability so that not only my community, but many communities that frequent that trail and use it for recreation and for, you know, their normal commute into town. And we see there's other cuts here. Active living, active transportation programming is completely eliminated. 105,000, that program is gone.
Order. That's time. It is now 7:42 p.m. and the House is set to adjourn at 11:59 p.m. That concludes the subcommittee's consideration of estimates for today. The subcommittee will resume consideration when the House again resolves into a committee of the whole on supply. Please return to your seats in the legislative chamber. The committee of the whole must rise and report before the House concludes its business for the day. Thank you.